Let us first check D-Live. Ooh, mature audiences. Way to go, Sloan. Check D-Live. D-Live is up. Twitch. Ooh, mature audience. Let us first check D-Live. Time for Twitch. Twitch is good. That was odd. YouTube. How is YouTube doing? Good. And finally, the Book of the Face. All right. Way ahead of schedule. We've got 3.5 minutes left to just chit-chat about whatever. I won't talk about the show. That starts in 3 minutes. 3.5 minutes. I can tell you what it is, but I'm going to have to repeat most of that, so. Where am I accidentally streaming? All right. I'm kind of excited. We have a slight tweak to the, not the format per se, but how I'm doing it. Just a slight tweak. Man, did you ever think you'd lose most of your hair? It is what it is. 2.5 minutes to go. It's so sad, this music, when it's by itself. It's good background music. At least I think it is. If you ever get a strange sore throat and you're not sure where it's from, look back over the day. Did you get choked out by a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu? It's probably why you got it. It lasts about, I don't know, 8-10 hours quietly, and just a mild sore throat. It's usually because you got choked out by a black belt. All right, 1 minute to go. Oh, I forgot. See the green screen? Watch this. Oh. That's what was missing. Noob. You noob. Noobatube. Noobanoob tubatube. All right, 20 seconds left. Gotta get my feet just right. Little footstool action. 10 seconds. Oh, we're almost go time. Five seconds. All right.
Welcome to the 9dNation. בראשית ברא אלוהים את השמיים ואת הארץ.
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Thousands of years later, it was Wednesday at 11 p.m. Central. Get your passport ready and be prepared to declare to the customs agents any edible plants or miscellaneous worldviews. You're now crossing into the nation with no denomination.
Welcome to the 9dNation. You're in the nation with no denomination. What's the focus on this? That seems a little better. I don't know. Maybe I'm making things up. Come here, you. Worse. Worse. Good enough. What is the 9dNation? It's a Bible reading. That's the best I can describe it. What is G. Ross? It's a show on the Foxhole and usually DLive and Twitch and often Facebook and sometimes YouTube, depending on the material. And for our Bible reading on Wednesdays at 11 Central, which is what this is, part 1 is the Bible reading. Part 2 is Norm. Understood. Oh, Cookie. Here comes Cookie. Let's play the Cookie. Well, here, let's go.
Here comes Cookie.
Thank you for that, Cookie, Norm. All right, let's see. So let's get into the purpose of the Wednesday night show, which is to read the Bible. Let's do it. You can see right behind me on this screen here a Bible. Can you see it? Can you see the Bible right there? Wait, right there. There's the Bible. Right. I gotta learn where to point. Oh, man. Being a weather reporter is impossible. There we go. I need to kind of point to there. See the Bible right there? See that? See that, the Bible? It's right there. Right there. The Bible. Let's read it. I'm changing slightly, ever so slightly. I don't know if you'd call it the format or what. I'll explain as we go. So this is episode 21, September 28th. And we have read Genesis 1:1 through Genesis 6:3. And our story so far is Yahweh, or as I like to call him, Ahia, made everything for human leadership. They disobeyed, got corrupted, and struggle with nature. The tempter will be crushed by a human savior. Cain spawned a polygamous, murderous society in the East, including cowboys, rock stars, and a military-industrial complex. Seth's line had Enoch and Noah, father of Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Eventually, fallen angels mated with human women. That's what we've learned so far in a short, condensed format. Obviously, nothing replaces the Bible itself, but anyway, let me just check the levels here. Check. So the music is at minus 30, and the audio is at the voice is at minus 5. It seems good enough, right? I feel like the music is loud. I can never quite get it. I'm gonna take it to 2. All right. So that's the preamble. Let's get her done. What we're going to do slightly different to try to make a slightly better pace is I'm going to go to Genesis 3. We're going to read, or Genesis 6. We're going to read 3 through 8. I sort of just took a chunk. We're going to finish that thought from where we were and do it in phases. Genesis 6. Going to read 3 through 8. 3 through 8. Used to do it one verse at a time. I'm going to try this. We'll see what happens. Genesis 6. Come on. Genesis 6. All right. Then the Lord said, My spirit will not remain with man forever, because he is also flesh. Nevertheless, his days shall be 120 years. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came into the daughters of mankind, and they bore children to them. They were the mighty men who were of old, men of renown. Then the Lord saw that the wickedness of mankind was great on the earth, and that every intent of the thoughts of their hearts was only evil continually. So the Lord was sorry that he had made mankind on the earth, and he was grieved in his heart. Then the Lord said, I will wipe out mankind whom I've created from the face of the land, mankind and the animals as well, the crawling things and the birds of the sky. For I am sorry that I've made them. But Noah found favor in the eyes of the Lord. Let's pause there. So that we just read like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 6 verses in a row. We usually only get 4 or 5 done in a night, so we're going to get more done faster. Doing an assembly line. So let me take us so you can follow along. I'm going to read Genesis. I looked for something you could more easily see the Hebrew while I read it. So Genesis 6, 3 through 8. Not the easiest to see, but you can kind of see it, hopefully. It's probably pretty small. You may have a giant monitor. I hope you do. So I'm just going to jam through in Hebrew as best as I can pronounce it. Vayomer Ahaya lo yadom ruchi va'adam leolam beshagam hu vashar v'heyu yamav mea ve'esrim shana. Hanephilim hayu ba'aretz ba'yamim hahem ve'gom achare chen asher Yavawu beni ha'elohim el benot ha'adam vayaldu lachem hema hagiborem asher meolem anshe Hashem vayar ahaya ki roba ra'at ha'adam ba'aretz vechol yetzer machshevot libo rakol hayom Vayinachem ahaya ki asa et ha'adam ba'aretz vayitotsev el libo. Vayomer ahaya emche et ha'adam asher barati me'al pnei ha'adama me'adam ad bahema ed remes vu'od of hashamayim ki nichamti ki asitim v'noach matzachen Eina Ahaya. Okay. So that's Genesis 6, 3 through 8. Let's break it down. We'll break it down. Let's go into Genesis 6, 3. And look at the Hebrew. I don't know if we're making better time or not. We'll know at the end, right? All right. All right, now, ladies. All right, so as you can see, we already read this, so I'm not going to read it again. Let me break it down a little bit. Vayomer Ahayalo, that's Ahaya said, I will not. So God says I won't. Yadon comes from din, and it's to judge. There's 24 usages in the Law and Prophets, otherwise known as the Old Testament. And it usually does mean to judge. It comes across when I look at the usages like a constantly nagging parent. That was the impression I got. And then he goes on to say, Ruchi va'adam leolam beshagam hu vashar behayu yamav mea ve'esrim shana. That's my spirit with man forever, more so he's flesh, and it will end up that his days are 120 years. So to put it all together, God said, I'm always nagging humans, and they are goopy flesh. So maybe because of this, I'm going to limit them to 120 years. Like God knows whether that's the reason. It sounds like it's because of this that he's limiting them. It's like he's losing his patience. He's like, can't deal with these freaks. So if you remember our story so far, I'm just going to add at the very end the phrase where it says eventually fallen angels mated with human women. I'm going to add around the time the lifespan went from 900 and changed to 120. Black Yoda in the house. Black Yoda, I changed the order. I read like 6 in a row in English and then in Hebrew, and then we're breaking it down. I'm hoping I make quicker speed through the text. Black Yoda's here for part 1 and part 2. Part 2, get your seatbelt on, because Black Yoda will be in the house probably in about 20-25 minutes. So let's go to Genesis 4. I think this is a little faster. Hanephilim, Hayu Ba'aretz, Bayamim. So let's talk about the Nephilim real quick. They're giants, and it's the names of 2 people groups, one before the flood and one after the flood. It's used 3 times in the Law and Prophets, aka the Old Testament. 2 of those times is in one single verse in Numbers. So this is not a common word in Moses' writings. So if we look at the prior verse, we can conclude that they are half-breeds, half fallen angel, half human. I'm going to go ahead and put a link in the chat. Put a link here. Let's check Facebook, see how it's doing. So, where's my dumb notes? Stupid. Okay. So there's a section in here where we learn, if you look at that article, let me actually click on that article. If you go down towards the bottom, I think it is. Somewhere in here. Jude verse 6 tells us, the angels who did not keep their positions of authority, but abandoned their home, these he has kept in darkness, bound with everlasting chains for judgment on the great day. So not all demons are currently imprisoned. So I don't think there's, so there's a group of demons even after, the flood, or who are doing this. So the demons are the ones that are bound in everlasting chains, possibly, to prevent any more demons from now doing it. So weren't there new Nephilim? There could still be some of the old Nephilim still hanging around. Anyway, the next words here are Hayu ba'aretz bayamim hahem vegom achare chin asher yavohu b'nei ha'elohim el benot ha'adam vayaldu lachem chema, which translates as turned out to be, remember we're talking about the Nephilim, turned out to be on the earth in the day those, and also afterwards, the ones that at that time went into the fallen angels, the daughter of men. So the way that's phrased is the fallen angels are the ones going into the daughters of men. And they had the fallen angels' children, which were, what were they? Those were Hagiborim, from the word Gibor. Let me scroll down so you can see that. Hagiborim, right here. These are strong or mighty. There's 159 law and prophet usages, or Old Testament. Just think like Greek heroes, the mighty men. Asher mayolam anshe Hashem. So that says, who in the olden times were the well-known ones. So let's put it all together. Nephilim were in those days and in a later time when the fallen angels mated with human women, they were supervillains. The Nephilim were supervillains. The mighty men of old, men of renown. So if you're following our story so far, I'm going to cut out the word eventually and just say fallen angels mated with human women. I'm going to add to breed supervillains. And then I'm going to say lifespans drop from 900 to 120. And I'm going to shrink it a little. Let me read it to you. Ahia made everything for human leadership. They disobeyed, got corrupted, and struggled with nature. The tempter will be crushed by a human savior. Cain spawned a polygamous, murderous society in the East, including cowboys, rock stars, and a military-industrial complex. Seth's line had Noah, and there were supervillain, half-fallen angel humans. Half-fallen, half-angel. Half-fallen angel, half-humans. There were supervillain, half-fallen angel, half-humans. All right, let's go to the next verse. I don't know if we're going faster or not. I hope we are. We'll know here in a second, because we're almost done, and it's only 16 minutes. So the next verse... Vayara Hayaki, that's God saw that, or Ahia saw that. Roba, that comes from Rab. That means abundance. There's 462 law and prophet usages. I keep saying law and prophets because I don't want to call it the Old Testament. It's Moses. It's Moses and the prophets. There's 462 usages. And it means much, many, or great, the word Rab. Often used to mean large in number, or looks like it's too much to carry. It can mean extreme, like the extent of a plague. Then Ra'at, we've seen that before. I'll just remind you, it's adversity. It can mean chaotic or harm or displeasing. Evil. Sometimes we abstract evil so much we forget that just plain old bad is bad, right? This is just written as though you're like 6 years old. You stub your toe, evil. You know, you get a stomach ache, evil. Nobody wants it, right? We should probably yeah. So that's the same word token you would use here for stubbing your toe is used for the cause of the flood. So I read a book once where a guy said a typo is a sin, and I'm like, really? That's been boggling my mind ever since. But the word here used for why God's flooding out is because icky bad stuff. Icky bad stuff. He's using the same word, you know, that's used hundreds of times throughout the Old Testament to mean, oh, that was bad. So, you know, it kind of gives you the sense that a little bit of bad from God's perspective is bad. Like, you don't need to be, you know, a little bit bad to need to get flooded out. So then he says, Ra'at hadam ba'aretz vechol, which is a phrase that says, evil of earthman in every. So earthman's evil in every, we're about to see what? Yetzer. Just Jim dropping a cookie. Let's get on it. Where's that cookie? Here comes Cookie.
Here comes Cookie.
Ah, yeah, there's Cookie. Thank you for that cookie. All right. Where was I? So distracted by the cookie. What is this thing that man did constantly? Yetzer. That's a form a framing, or a purpose. So every single form, framing, or purpose of man was such that it needed to be flooded. There are 9 Old Testament usages, or law and prophets, or Moses and the prophets. It can mean intention or also even shape. So I find it fascinating how the usages of words in the Old Testament can show you like worldview. This is intention with a shape. And then he says, machshavot. That comes from machashava or makasheveth. It means thought or device. It can go either way. There's 56 usages in the Old Testament. It's usually thought, often a plan or a design or an intention or an invention. It can be a scheme. So it's like the intent behind the thought. Yetzer machshavot. Those 2 words together. The intention behind the thought. So he's really looking at the thoughts of the heart, or the intention of the thoughts. And he's about to say of his heart. So you're getting a sense of the mental purpose. I claim we can sense ourselves making decisions, but free musings, let's see, they live in a bath of your prior experience and your future hopes and dreams. I don't know why I said that, but I wrote that. Libo, that's from leb, or the inner man, or the mind, the will, or the heart. There's 593 Old Testament usages, or law and prophets. If you look at the usages, it's the seat of the really middle part of the man, the true self. So they're making it clear that God's judging the inner schemes of the real person. And then he says rock, which means but, even, except, howsoever, howbeit, at the least, or nevertheless. There's 109 usages in the Old Testament, or the law and prophets. It's kind of a proving word. It's like nothing but. So he's like, every thought and every intention of the core purpose of man is nothing but rakol hayom, evil every time. Let's put it all together. Ahia saw the great evil of Earthman in every aspect of his thoughts and feelings and worldview in every single way. So before, when our story said there were supervillain, half fallen angel, half humans, I'm going to change that sentence to fallen angels spawned half human supervillains. Humans were fully deplorable due to wickedness. And then I'm going to take half that back out. So let's change our story so far to this. Ahia made everything for human leadership. They disobeyed, got corrupted, and struggled with nature. Now the tempter will be crushed by a human savior. And Seth's line led to Noah, but Cain spawned a polygamous, murderous society in the East, including cowboys, rock stars, and a military-industrial complex, and humanity fell into complete evil. Fallen angels even spawned half-human supervillains. I shouldn't say that fallen angels spawned them. The humans spawned, but half-fallen angel supervillains. All right. Got 3 more verses to go, and then we may do a bonus verse depending on time. Touching poison ivy. Bad, says Phantom O'Banjo. Phantom O'Banjo, one time I pulled regular ivy that had poison ivy in it, a large bag of it, for 2 days in a row. And both times I just had gloves and sleeves without tape. And so I got double exposed here and here. 4 days later, I was sitting in my office chair and you could just hear the drips. So I finally went to the doctor, got generalized, what was the steroid? Cortisone? Generalized cortisone stuck in my butt. Boink. Zzz. Those were the best 3 days of my adult life. I was like 30, or no, I was 40, 42, 43. I felt in the prime of life for like 24 hours, 48 hours. It was gorgeous. I've never had it since because I'm like, I think you can get that every 6 months. That's the most, unless you like lie to some doctors and then you can shop around and get it more. Man, it was so good. All right, let's read verse 6. Verse 6. Here we go. There's only one new word we've not encountered in our prior weeks or tonight, and that's vayitzotzev. It comes from atzab, which is to displease. There's 17 usages in the Law and Prophets. It's grieved, against, or distorted. Very much a negative word. It's a judgment that something is bad, I would say. So the word for sorry here, we saw this about Noah, like they named him that because he would be a respite from labor, a comfort against backbreaking labor. The Brenton Septuagint translation does not say sorry or regret. I think it's a bit of a stretch to say anything in the realm of a change of mind, but it is a judgment. So I don't like these translations that the Lord regretted. That makes no sense. Doesn't fit the word as far as I can see. So I would put this verse together to say, the Lord looked deeply at the result of making man on earth. He didn't change his mind. He didn't say, whoops. He said, man got made. Man's on earth. Man's doing his thing. It indicates a judgment was required and undertaken. Do you ever have friends that declare humans are not worth saving? Do you ever yourself think that? It's a natural thing for some people to think sometimes. To a degree, it's correct. But they're leaving out that God will not be mocked. He's going to have history display his design, which is humans, at the pinnacle of creation. Because of God, not because of man. The Creator created the pinnacle of creation. Earlier in the text, and the rest of the whole Bible is going to explain that this is a redemption story. So let's put it all together. Ahia made everything for human leadership. They disobeyed. God corrupted. Struggled with nature. Now the tempter will be crushed by a human savior. Seth's line led to Noah, but Cain spawned a polygamous, murderous society in the East, including cowboys, rock stars, and a military-industrial complex. And humanity fell into complete evil. Fallen angels even spawned half-human supervillains. Judgment was needed and undertaken. Now, we haven't seen it undertaken yet, but I put that in there anyway because it's coming. All right, we got at least 2 more verses to jam through. Do you like the new format where I do all the English first, all the Hebrew next, all the breakdowns third? I'm digging it. It takes a little more work up front, but I think it's more efficient. I think I'll do it for a while, unless I get behind. You ever been here on some of those weeks where I winged half of the show? Like, I don't get to I don't get to rehearse the Hebrew. All right, let's break this one down. Verse 7. Imche. Well, first it says, Vayomer Ahia. That means Ahia uttered. Imche. That comes from Macha. It's abolish. There are 63 law and prophet usages. Wipe out, blot out, completely remove or destroy. In one use, you'll see that it's like, in one of the usages, it's like cleaning a dish with a cloth, like getting that stuff off of there. It's like an erase or a cleanse, almost like for a reuse. Think about that dish with the food, because it is used that way. It's a reset. Ooh. Aren't the controllers going for a reset as we speak? They must love the flood story. Then it goes on to say, Et ha'adam asher barati me'al penei ha'adama ma'adam ad behema ad remez vuod of hashamayim ki nichamti ki asetium. You may recognize a lot of these words. We've heard them all before. It translates as, so he's going to talk about what he's blotting out. Humans I made from the face of the ground, including them and the beasts and the creeping things and the flyers, because I'm constantly having to hold my head in my hands, basically saying, ugh, over them having been made by me. basically, Ahaya said, I'm going to erase all the work of making humans. I'll erase also the birds and the beasts. Going to undo it. Foot. So that last sentence where I said judgment was needed and an undertaken, I'm going to replace that with Ahaya decided to reset all land and air animals, including humans. And our final verse of the night, 8. And I don't think we're going to do a bonus verse. It took 30 some odd minutes. Got through 6 complicated verses. I don't think it saved time, but it might have flowed smoother. I don't know. I'll try it again next week. We'll see. Vinua Masha or Masa Hinbe'ene Ahaya. Matzah, we already know that. It means found or discovered. We know Noah's name. Chen, that's favor or grace. There's 69 usages in the Old Testament or the Law and Prophets. It almost always means favor. So I thought, in those cases, I like to look and see, well, what does favor even mean in English? If all the historical translators go for favor, it's an unpaid for gift or favoritism, like choosy, like a teacher's pet. So Noah was the teacher's pet, basically. Ba'ene Ahaya, that means in the view of Ahaya, his perception. So Ahaya deemed Noah to be favored. So let's close out with our story so far, and then we'll start our panel. Ahaya made everything for human leadership. They disobeyed, got corrupted, and struggled with nature. Now the tempter will be crushed by a human savior. And Seth's line led to Noah, but Cain spawned a polygamous, murderous society in the East, including cowboys, rock stars, and a military-industrial complex, and humanity fell into complete evil. Fallen angels even helped spawn half-human supervillains. Ahaya decided to reset all land and air animals, including humans, except the favored Noah. And that's the end of our story so far. We'll pick up here next week where we left off. Black Yoda, I'm going to DM you the link. And so check your DM here in just a second. Would you do me a favor, Black Yoda? Just try this link. If it doesn't work, we'll go right back to Zoom. But can we try meet. Oh, all right. Sorry, I'm being stupid. Let me set it up. Can we try meet.jitsi? I'm going to start the meeting. All right, so I got the meeting going. Now I'm going to invite the people's invite. Copy link. All right, Black Yoda, I'm sending you the link right now. Ooh, Classical Chick just gave us a cookie. Air and land manimals. Yeah, I said it that way twice, Classical Chick. It was a tongue twister. Womanimals too. Black Yoda, don't hate me. Please try the link. See if it works. If it doesn't, we'll go right back to Zoom. You just tell me. Just try it just a little bit. Would you please? Would you please? Could you be mine? I just think it would be so much better for so many reasons. If it doesn't work, then we'll deal with it. It has no time limit. It has no people limit. I just don't know if it'll work on your phone. Hopefully it will. Check your DMs, Black Yoda. While we're waiting, let me play the cookie from Classical Chick.
Here comes the
Oh, yeah. It's so quiet. There's no background music. I like it. Oh, let me tell you. I don't know what Sloan was playing, but it was like a Bad Kids recorder of Titanic, and I wasn't seeing the video. I about just lost my mind. That was so funny. I had sort of dozed off and came to, and that was going on. I'm like, what is going on? So you like the new format? Just go into the site ourselves. You could put up the translation. Yeah, there's something about the spoken word of God, right? So I want to read it once through in English, read it once through in Hebrew, and then, let's see if this is working. Oh, this is already a better show.
You sound distorted.
I'm sorry to sound distorted. Are you hearing me twice?
Do I sound distorted?
No, you sound really good, I think. I don't want to sound distorted. I don't want to be distorted. The video looks super good. The sound is good over here. Not good for you, though?
I mean, I can't even barely make out what you're saying.
Boo.
It sounds like you have a lot of reverb in your voice.
Huh. Let me try something. I'm changing my microphone. Let me try that. Is that better?
Yeah, that's a lot better. Can you turn it up?
Yes, I can. Boy, that's going to be interesting. It could be terrible for...
That might be good enough.
Let me try that. Is that a little bit...
I think you're good. I turned off my evap cooler so I can hear you a lot better.
Oh, okay. How's that?
Yeah, that works.
Right on. I think if you see 5 seconds or so, or however you want to do later of the replay, you'll see this looks really good on the screen.
Oh, yeah, I'll give it a shot. Dude, I cannot find my Bible.
Yeah? Someone's
I know. That's a weird
busy reading it.
To have, right? I mean, I got a decent sized place, but I always put it in the same spot. And for the life of me, the whole time you were broadcasting, I've been looking for it. I done broke a sweat and everything.
So let me tell you a story. I can make it super fast.
Go ahead.
Your Bible's missing, which probably it wasn't stolen, but we had a story where all of our church was in a trailer because we were setting it up in an elementary school and tearing it down every Sunday. You know, like chairs and
yeah.
You know the drill. And
yeah.
One day, like, where's the trailer? Oh, did we park it at Joe's house? No, wait, where? Then we realized it was stolen. And of course that was demoralizing. It's like the Who's at Whoville losing their tree and everything, right? So it didn't take long before the joke started to be, well, there were some Bibles in that trailer. Hopefully whoever stole it picked one up and started reading it.
Right?
Yep.
That reminds me of I was scrolling through Facebook videos and I come across this black cop. And the headline said something like funny, but not funny. And if I remember right, the image of him, he's trying to hold back a laugh. So out of curiosity, I click it, right? Short version, a friend of his brother had passed away. And they were trying to have a funeral. And the cop was like, dude, you don't want to have this funeral in the ghetto. Let's do it right. And he was like, nah, the brother, this was his neighborhood. Let's, do him some justice. So they do the services and they put the casket in the car, and everybody's in line trying to do the procession and whatnot. And like 20, 30 minutes later, people are getting irritated because the line ain't went nowhere, right?
Right.
And so now the cop, he's sitting in his car telling this story, just cracking up the whole time. And I hope to God I put that on my Facebook. I'll send you a link if I did.
Okay.
But turns out somebody stole the catalytic converter off the hearse.
Oh, that's harsh.
Dude, so when they went to turn it on, dude, it was as loud as hell, right?
Oh,
So they were waiting on another hearse
right.
to switch the body.
You know, I'm just now seeing like what they should have done is just put everybody on a Harley and just had everyone go down that way.
Oh my God. Dude, so like when he's telling this story, I'm like, where is this going? You know what I mean? Oh man, that was the funniest shit.
Just Jim has a comment for Black Yoda. It comes with 111 gold pills, so let me play the cookie.
Here comes the
He says, now I got to remember what he said. Let me switch over. He says, great to see you, Black Yoda.
Back at you. I can't see the chat, so just so y'all know.
I'll read you nearly everything. So you caught most of the first half hour. Nephilim showed up. We're at the Nephilim.
I heard that, and I was holding my phone. But dude, I swear to God, I've been tearing this place up looking for my Bible. I got another one that's 1611, but it's really hard to read. It's not numbered. It's hard to look up anything, right?
I know, but it's cool that you have that one. Off Grid and the 49th is in the house.
I bought that one just because I wanted to compare versions,
right,
to see like what's changed and what's not. But dude, the spelling in that Bible is way different than King James.
Interesting.
That really bothers me. I had that Bible out here on the patio, and then I took it inside and I set it on top of the printer. That wasn't today. This was like a couple of days ago.
Yeah. Just Jim had a friend whose Tacoma lost its catalytic converter. Someone stole it.
And isn't the reason why they take those is for that little piece of platinum that's on the inside?
I would bet. Yeah. Like they used to steal copper out of houses.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, actually, my wife's, when she was a kid, she was like 18 when they left the house she grew up in. And they went back to see it later. And I think it had gotten fixed, but they were talking to the owners. And the owners were like, yeah, they were renting it to somebody or something. Or this is while her parents still owned it. One of the renters took most of the copper wiring out of the house.
Compared to how much wiring is in a house, like that's like not even going to get you much.
No, it's very asymmetrical. You know, it's going to cost the landlord a pain in the butt, and you're not going to get much.
Dude, I remember I was doing some. Oh my God, I forgot all about this. We are so far off the topic.
We're talking about thievery, though, and that's a 10 commandment.
Right? So, oh man, how long? This was about 15 years ago. I was living in East Mesa, and I was doing some temp work at this place called Phoenix Logistics. And next door was a electric company supply for like SRP and APS and other electrical stuff, right?
Yeah.
A little small setup. And they had one of their big trucks parked out front. And this tweaker dude pulls up on a 10-speed and takes the biggest roll of copper wire. And he's trying to prop it on the handlebars but the bike almost flipped over on him because that's how big this roll is.
Right.
I mean, dude, this roll had to weigh more than he did, right? I mean, you know how the big ones were on those wooden spools?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, big, right?
Right.
But when I saw that 10 speed damn near flip over, dude, because I was sitting out there smoking a cigarette, taking a break.
Right.
God, that's some tweaker ass shit right there.
Yeah. If you ever have brothers that work in the ER, be very careful when they send you a TikTok because it looks like it's gonna be a funny video, but some of the face plants they'll show you, I'm like, I'm not sure that person lived through that, and they're just like laughing because
Oh,
they
yeah.
just have a different level of body trauma and what they can tolerate seeing. You know what I mean? Because they're fixing it all the time.
I've seen, you got some people on YouTube that do the try not to laugh reactions.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen some people have some accidents, and I'm like, did they live through that?
I know. It's like we're essentially watching snuff films for all we know. I mean, not they weren't murdered, but they might have died.
No. I get what you mean.
Yeah.
I promise you.
Sloane's in the house. He says, "Howdy, humans." And Classical Chick is going off to sleep. Nighty night, Classical Chick.
So I was trying to listen to what you were reading.
Mm-hmm.
I only caught parts of it. I did hear that you brought up Nephilim and the way they kind of changed the game.
Yep. Well, it's interesting because the text already made clear this is their first appearance on the stage. And it's like they were in those times and later. So we know they show up again even after the flood.
Yeah, wasn't David and Goliath after the flood?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Yeah, he was a giant.
That's right.
So yeah, there you go, right there.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, there's a beginning to this story, and there's definitely going to be an end to it. They talk about that. How do they word it? 1,000 years of
right
of peace or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Where all the nations, he rules all the nations with a scepter and maybe something else.
But all right, this is the part that I forget. Are we supposed to live for that 1,000 years?
Yeah, nobody's gonna be. Yeah, I don't think anyone's gonna die during that 1,000 years, if I remember right.
That's a long time to be alive playing PlayStation.
Yes, it is.
You know what? If I got to live for 1,000 years, bro, and if they ever let go of like all the stuff that was hidden under the Vatican, I would just research lost history, learning how to speak those older languages and whatnot.
Deep dive.
Because, dude, I believe in Tartaria being a thing and mud flood. I want to know why. Like they'll talk about Romans in the Bible, but if they built their cities on top of some older shit,
mm-hmm.
shouldn't some of that be in the Bible too?
Yeah, I mean, there's well, the flood, it went up really high, but I don't think it would have destroyed any older buildings. So that whole civilization of Cain's bloodline, those buildings would still be there after the flood dries out. And then they also mention all kinds of empires before Rome, like Babylonian, Assyrian, and I'm probably forgetting one or two.
Yeah, Babylonian. They're
Egyptian.
No. That's Iraq.
Mm-hmm. Right, but they may have built some buildings down south or west, whatever that would be, southwest.
No, the Tartarian stuff. That's all over the world, dude.
Yeah.
And somehow they had free energy. And a lot of stuff was converted to look like. See, this is the kind of stuff that I would like to talk about, like when I start podcasting.
Mm-hmm. The
But
buildings
no,
with
it was
antennas.
just a thought because I wonder sometimes you would think, well, no, if the devil is trying to hide shit from us and lower us, I could see how they would leave that out. I
Did
bet you
you?
there's a couple of books
Yeah.
under the Vatican that has information about
Oh,
it.
yeah. Do you ever see Name of the Rose with Sean Connery?
Refreshing my memory.
They kind of get into a little bit of that. He's it's Middle Ages, it's towards the end, it's right before the Enlightenment, and he's a monk who's like an investigator investigating a murder or a series of murders at a monastery, and he's using like scientific method and stuff.
How
And
old is this? How old is this movie?
probably about 25 years old, maybe 30. It's actually from a book called Name of the Rose from Umberto Eco. It's some pretty cool stuff, but it has a little bit of a hint of, because I think he's a Jesuit in it, if I remember right, or there are some Jesuits in there, and they have these awesome libraries of knowledge, and they just kind of, it's in the background. It's part of the setting.
Right. That doesn't ring any bells.
It's a Sean Connery joint, so it's, usually his movies are pretty fun, so I'll recommend it. It's fun.
Yeah, but 25 years ago,
Let me see.
I got a helicopter flying over me.
Right on. Name of the Rose. Let me see what year that came out.
25 years ago, I was about 21, 22.
Yep. Monk slapping himself. Just Jim says a monk is slapping himself. Just Jim, you're too funny. 19.
You might be talking about the monk that was in that movie with Tom Hanks.
Right. Name of the Rose is 1986.
Oh, dude, in 86, I was only 10 years old.
It's got in it, I think there's another Sean Murray, Ron Perlman, Christian Slater. Let's see who else. That's all I recognize. Anyway.
You said it was called Name of the Rose?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'll order the book. And
Oh, the book is deep. I actually like the book better. The
books are always better.
So I really feel like Umberto Eco is kind of in that. Oh, am I not sharing my video? Black Yoda, I apologize. Let me fix that. My bad. That's just dumb. That's just silly that I didn't show the video. Let me deactivate. I've been showing it to the Foxhole crew, but not here.
I had assumed that much. I mean, I could see myself.
I just forgot. I forgot
can
the
see
rules
you
of the
now.
game. Why won't it work?
No, I just saw you.
Yeah, and then I lost it. Here we go. Failed to access.
This is back to where it was at.
Yeah, I broke it. Let's see what's going on. Failed to access. Let me try again. Let's see. Activate, deactivate. Go to here. I had it, but I broke it.
Yeah, I saw you, and you had like your green
Yeah.
background.
Unknown reason. Oh, cannot add a second. Why? Butts.
It's not that important to me. I know what you look like.
Yeah, fair enough. But I wanted to, wave some hands around and gesture.
Oh.
But, we can live without it. All right. So be it. So anyway, I'm going to say when you read the novel, knowing what you know now, you'll probably be like, this dude's an Illuminati. But like reading Dan Brown from Da Vinci Code, for example, it's still worth reading because they do disclosure.
Yeah, they do. I've read that book twice.
Mm-hmm.
And to be honest with you, the movie actually did a really good job following the book.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And so did you ever see Angels and Demons?
Yeah, yeah.
That's, I think, the better movie and the better book.
Little creepy when you think about it, because
Yeah.
You got CERN over there trying to mess with dark matter and all kinds of antimatter and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And in a
Oh,
sense, that's what that movie was touching on.
did you ever see um it's a John Carpenter movie called, now I can't remember the name of it. They found an old like portal in the basement of an old church. Oh, what's it called? Oh, I'll find it. Now I have to find it. It's like that CERN thing you were just talking about. It's got Donald Pleasance in it. It's got Alice Cooper in it. Oh, what's it called? John Carpenter. Let me just look at all his movies. It's not one of his more well known.
I would start with Alice Cooper. How many movies has he been in?
Yeah, I think only one John Carpenter movie. Known for They Live. Okay, here we go. Prince of Darkness. So they talk about like matter and antimatter, and they open up a portal to hell basically. And it's a low budget movie, but it's like the end of the world is coming, and it's starting right in that church. It's fantastic. It's got like particle physicists, Catholic priests, and
No, if you
newspaper reporters and stuff.
if
Cheap
you opening
movie.
up in if you're opening up portals to hell, then I mean, yeah, you're pretty much trying to do your most to bring the end times.
Mm-hmm. Did we talk about this? There's a portal that was opened. I think we talked about this. Maybe out west, like either in Nevada or California, like in
You
the
talking about Aleister Crowley?
yeah, they opened a portal that has still never been closed.
I've heard about that because didn't somebody caught fire, if I remember right? Or is that how
Yeah.
Aleister Crowley died?
Well, the military general, or the other guy that's not Aleister Crowley, they died during the event or something, and so they couldn't close it.
They probably got sacrificed.
Mm-hmm. Sloan has remarked a while ago, live TV is the best. That's the new fix your shit. Live TV is the best.
Does he mean like podcasts and stuff like that?
Yeah, when I was monkeying with the video, he came in with live TV is the best.
Dude, I actually think this is changing the game for regular media because me personally, I'm more entertained with podcasters and being able to interact with like live chat
Mm-hmm.
versus watching anything on TV.
We were talking about Russell Brand earlier in the chat over at Sloan TV,
Uh-huh.
and I'm using that as an example of what you're talking about. It's like he's trying to make the jump into podcasting and interactive stuff, sort of like Bill Murray did.
He's got a huge following.
Yeah, I'm suspicious of him. I think he's a little shilly.
He can be. Like I seen him do an interview with Candace Owens and I only watched part of it.
Yeah.
But that silly aspect that you're talking about, you can see some of that.
Yeah.
But then there's times where he won't be talking about politics. And some of what he says makes a lot of sense. Or at least some of like what his guests might have to say, you know?
Right. Yeah. I want to be judgy, but you're right. Like my first statement in the chat was he's either like a panderer or he's a really long played good guy plant from way back.
Well, remember when Bill Maher was really left leaning, and lately he's been changing his tune when it comes to like being honest about topics and shit, you
Yep.
know? And I kind of feel like Russell Brand is experiencing the same thing.
So not that I'm the judge at the Nuremberg 2 trials, but I would say Bill Maher has the red shoes, and I'm not sure Russell Brand does.
I'm right there with you.
Right.
I'm right there. I mean, it's not a laughing matter.
No,
Right?
I know. What's funny is we've got this now subculture language that we just, you know.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I've seen the pictures.
Yeah, no, and it's Two Rivers is in the house. And Just Jim is quoting Romans 12:1. Therefore I urge you, brothers and sisters, by the mercies of God, present your bodies as a living and holy sacrifice acceptable to God, which is your spiritual service of worship. Oh no, he said 121. Sorry, I did 12:1. I got dyslexic. Let's go to Romans 121. That was fun to read, but let me read the real one that he wanted. Even though they knew God, they did not honor him as God or give thanks, but they became futile in their reasonings and their senseless hearts were darkened. Ooh. Two Rivers points out, it's like listening to CB chat back in the day. That's a good one.
I could see that.
Yep.
I could see that. I mean, you get tired of listening to the same songs on the radio. So if I was driving long haul, I could see that. Then you get to know people that's out there, right?
Mm-hmm.
What did they call their nicknames? I forgot.
Well,
Their
like
their handles.
cops were smoky. I can still remember my grandfather's ham radio operator, Alpha Foxtrot Alpha 4 Oscar Delta. That was his first one, and then he got another higher level license which had a Whiskey Tango in it, but I don't remember that one.
Mm.
He had a pretty tall antenna. It was like maybe 50 feet tall, maybe 60.
Was this at the house?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Edge of town. Sloan brings up that Russell Brand is in that picture hugging that Noah dude. So that's kind of a sticking point. Let me dig that picture up.
Which Noah? Trevor Noah?
Maybe Russell Brand, Noah. Yeah, Trevor Noah, I think.
I've seen him recently going the same way as Mark.
Trevor Noah?
Yeah.
So here's
Not completely. I'm not saying completely, but
right.
I've noticed the difference, you know?
So here's a picture of Trevor and Brand hanging out. That's kind of a sticking point for Sloan. He's like, I was listening to him earlier, and he's repeating it in the chat.
No, I feel the same way, dude. Like
Yep.
when it comes to certain people and the things that we learned about,
Yep.
I don't want to watch their content.
Right.
But then there's times where I'm just like, well, let me see what they got to say.
So the
Because
team
I'll be
buttered us
reading,
up. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Keep going.
no, because I'll be reading the comments. Or like somebody else, say like Bongino, for instance, will play something that was on Mars show, right? But because I like Bongino, I'm going to entertain it and be like, okay, what does Mar have to say, right? So a lot of times when I come across that kind of information, it's because somebody else that I have a lot of respect for is playing the content, you know?
So I'm thinking of how the team, the hats, Q, kind of buttered us up. I could go find it, but there's some posts that say, I think they hinted at certain deals may have to be cut, right? Am I remembering right?
Um,
Let me check.
in a way, like I never followed Q the way TN and Drunk Pinata do. If I did come across Q stuff, it was because they were talking about it.
Right. But that's one
Somebody
of the
else was
best ways
talking
to
about
come across it.
it. Yeah. Um, Q never really talked about like adrenochrome and stuff like that.
Minimally. Like very, just a couple of little spots, kind
But
of.
if I remember right, I think he would mention celebrities, like not by name, but just celebrity in general. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So that wasn't Trevor Noah, but then Sloan said, play that clip. You want to see a video real quick?
Well, bring me back on to the green part so I can see it, if you can.
Yeah, if I'll, oh, that's right. So you can see it live. I'll share my screen. Share. Complicated acts between what? Come on.
Well, I'm on my cell phone. Maybe that doesn't help.
No, I can do this. I'll share whole screen without sound. I hope it doesn't double mute me or whatever. So can you now see Russell Brand and whoever that is?
Can you make his face bigger? I can't make out who that is.
I will. Let me try to find. Sloan says this is a clip. Sloan, which clip are not Trevor Noah, some other Noah?
Yeah,
Yuval Noah Harari. Let me zoom in on the face.
What is his background?
I heard the word Nazi in the chat. I don't know. I don't know anything about this dude.
If I knew more about his background, maybe it would connect a dot or two.
Well, Yuval Noah Harari. Yuval Noah Harari. And then Russell Brand. Let's see if there's a video of this scene. Maybe this one. Oh, he called us programmable humans. We're just a number to this guy.
Oh, that bastard. The one that wants to Well, hold on. Let me take a sip real quick.
Yeah. Or I'll play this.
So much for joining me on Under the Skin.
Yeah, it's good to be here again.
Since we last spoke, your life has changed.
You're not getting the audio, are you?
I don't know. Has your life changed? Certainly from the perspective
no,
of
I can hear you.
Let me reshare my screen with audio this time. Stop.
No, I took the picture away.
Start. Entire screen. I can't share audio.
Well, go back to where it was. I don't need to hear the audio because I think I know who that guy is.
Yeah.
Because I seen a video.
Yeah.
I seen a video of him where he was doing an interview, and they were talking about us being programmable and hacking us, and fuck that guy.
Yeah. I've never even seen this. Can you see the words? It's probably small on your phone.
Yeah, I can see him.
I just put the words on there. Klaus Schwab, first office. Ooh, Just Jim has hit us with a Can Plus. So let me play Can when this is done.
I mean, because when you think about, oh wait, no, they're still talking. I'll stop.
No, this goes for an hour. I thought this was shorter than that.
Oh.
Let me play the Can from Just Jim real quick. Whoops. Well,
now, I've seen a different video of him, and I can picture it in my head. I'll see if I can find it later. I might have a bookmark somewhere.
Right on. Let me try this Can. All right, the Can is over. That was for Just Jim. Donated 222 gold pills. Thank you, Just Jim.
Now, I don't trust these people, man, because like what we talk about when it comes to the Bible, right?
Yep.
So the last couple of weeks we've been talking about how the devil is basically fucking with everything, right?
Mhm.
Hates us. The Nephilim hate us, right?
Right.
So let's use climate change
Oh, that's a good one.
as an example, right? There's too much CO2. We got to get rid of the CO2.
Right.
I was thinking about this the other day, dude. We're carbon-based life forms. So what
Right.
CO2 are you trying to get rid of? Are you trying to get rid
Right.
of us?
Yes,
I
of
mean,
course.
seriously, think about that, right?
I know. Yes, that's a really good point.
I don't know
Yeah.
what made me think about that the other day, but that
Yeah,
shit
because
crossed my mind.
that's what we breathe. Like, I mean, we don't breathe it in, but we breathe it out.
Right.
So if they don't
So
want
everything.
CO2 put out, they have to stop us from breathing.
So like, and the other aspect of that is like when a tree grows, it doesn't grow carbon; it absorbs carbon,
Right.
right?
Correct. Trees
So,
thrive when there's CO2.
dude, and you want to hear something funny?
Mm.
One of my first podcasts, I have to bring this up. I was watching a link talking about these super huge greenhouses, right?
Hmm.
Yep, I'm saying like football field size greenhouses, right? And on the side of the walls, they have these giant industrial fans. And I'll be damned if they're not blowing green CO2 into the greenhouse.
Right.
So there's so many things that just debunks their whole climate change narrative. And I
Right.
can't remember what lady this was. This was just recently. And I want to say it was in Florida somewhere. I'm assuming because of the hurricane and because of her comment. You might have heard about this. She was talking about how important it was for people to vote Democrat come November. And if y'all just do that and help us in November, we can stop these hurricanes.
That's
Bitch, what?
amazing. Right.
Like, I don't mean to cuss. I'm just, if people lack the common sense to see how preposterous that is,
Right.
I don't know what to say to something that ignorant, you know?
Right.
And she literally almost word for word said it like that.
Did you ever
And
see that super rich dude who tells the British lady to basically screw off, and he gives her like, there's no prospectus for investing in a Florida real estate that ever says anything about global, like oceans rising at all.
right. Dude, I've seen old photographs from like, and I think you and I brought this up once. You can find old photographs of New York back in like the early 1900s and make a comparison to the sea level to the same, monument or whatever the hell is, on the beach line or the waterfront,
Mm-hmm.
and the levels aren't different. And you got Obama and Michael LaVaughn Robinson. They bought their Martha Vineyard home for like 10 million. If you're so worried about the coastline, why are you investing in real estate that's right there?
Right.
Fuck, didn't Nancy Pelosi just buy a big ass house in Florida like a year ago?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was. Yeah. I want to go back to Two Rivers before I lose it in the chat. He said Russell has boobs in that video. I didn't catch that. Some man boobs. We also have Chitokathy or Chitokathy. I don't know how to pronounce that. In the house. Oh, I had something a minute ago I was going to ask you, and it slipped my mind. Oh, it'll come back.
What were we talking about?
Oh. What was...
I was making comments about
Mm-hmm.
the CO2.
Mm-hmm.
What CO2 are they trying to get rid of? Is it
Right.
us? You know what I mean?
Right. It was
And
right
make the
before.
comparison to how the mRNA changes your DNA.
They've proven that now. Like even the
Yeah,
scientists are admitting that now, which we already knew.
dude, I read the patents.
Right.
At one point, they Moderna had them online.
Right.
I don't know if they took them down. And dude, this is some long stuff to have to read through. But then I would type in like keywords and hit find.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, dude, they know what they're doing. But try to talk to one of my neighbors across the street. Dude, she just got her like third or fourth booster and was bragging about it.
Oh, that breaks my heart.
But dude, that one is so far gone. All you can do
Yeah.
is just be like, "Oh, really? Good for you." You
Right.
know?
I know. Oh, that's not funny, but I'm laughing. It's like,
No, because that. Some
Yeah.
people are just that far gone. They're not even asking questions. You know?
yeah, that's. But like, it makes me angry at the people pushing that on. Yeah, they're dumb to take it, but the people that are pushing it know better.
Yeah. All of your mainstream media,
Mhm.
right? I fought them for a lot of things. I mean, look at the kid that just got hit by the leftist guy
Yeah.
over the politics.
Right.
You know, I've had some heated arguments with some stupid people, but I ain't gonna wreck my car trying to drive over a mother. Ooh, and I almost slipped out.
Right. You caught it.
But yeah, I mean, I understand how sophisticated and well greased Operation Mockingbird is. I get
Right.
it. You know.
Yep.
Oh, you know that brings up something that what the hell was that? I almost forgot. Give me a second. The thought popped in my head, and I was trying to pop out. I'm trying to reach out and catch it by the coattail. Ah, all right. I was talking about Operation Mockingbird. Damn, I'm getting old, bro.
Me
I'm
too.
getting old.
I couldn't remember John Elway's name today.
You know, I can be bad with names, even if it's a celebrity. Sometimes, as popular as he was, I mean, we all get the brain fog sometimes.
Yeah.
You know?
I was sitting there. Denver before Manning has a statue out front. Super nice guy. I couldn't remember his name.
Yeah. That's funny.
You know, Just Jim points out something that makes me realize we are totally on topic. He says, insurance companies would not insure beachfront property. Water won't rise. But you know when it did rise was in the story that's about to come up that, we're getting ready for the flood. It does rise then.
You know, I'm glad you pointed that out in a weird way. You know what I think of sometimes? How much water was actually here before the flood?
Yeah.
Because keep in mind, God separated the waters, right?
Right.
And I remember coming across something a long time ago that long before the floods, there used to be a mist that would come up.
Right.
And
Yes.
so
That's
it really makes me wonder, did they have lakes and rivers and oceans and stuff?
Not as many. I think you're right on. They had at least the Tigris and the Euphrates and that other one.
I mean, have you seen like some of these like you got places like around Greece, Italy, like far into the ocean depths, you got ruins.
Yeah.
That didn't come from polar ice cap melts and
Right.
glacier, melting and
Right.
stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Not that volume of water.
Right.
So yeah, there's times where I wonder if when he did do the flood, did he open up the firmament somehow and was just like, here you go. You know what I'm saying?
Here in a couple of weeks, we'll get to that section, and it sounds like windows are opened in the sky and geysers come up from below.
Did I ever send you that link about blue ice?
No. But I did watch that last link you sent which was fantastic.
I told you was gonna like it, bro.
Yeah, that was good. Two Rivers says the Operation Mockingbird was on a small-scale experiment. This is how they practiced with TV, movie, house subliminals.
Nah, they still do that.
Oh yeah, they just get more practiced and bigger scale.
Dude, have you ever seen the compilation videos where it'll be like one news reporter reading a topic, and then they'll merge in another reporter from a different station, literally saying the same thing, and then it'll fill up with like 10 more, then 20 more. Yeah.
That's a powerful meme in my memory. Like the first time I saw one of those, I already knew it, but seeing it laid out like that really impacted
literally
me.
reading the same paragraphs, word for word.
Duppy has pointed out that there's 400 more feet of ocean height since the ice sheets melted.
400 feet of ocean height would be the same height all across the world.
Right.
So if I was standing on the beach, say Florida, New York, California, 400 feet is really tall.
Yes. You'd have to go way out to get to the old ocean.
So I like Duppy, but I would have to argue that one.
Do we want to find out if Duppy's in the mood tonight to hop on?
Yeah, no, let him.
Duppy, if you want to do some...
Oh, but you got to send him a link because you DM'd the link to me.
Yeah, I will. If he's into it, he may not feel like it tonight. We'll see. I got a crazy... This weekend, I want to research the following. Let me see if I can... This has totally off topic, if that's cool.
Good.
You know how there's Dagon the false god with the fish people, and Jonah was in the belly of the whale, and there's vague hints that like maritime and admiralty law that not all seafaring people are evil, but there's something about the ocean that can have chaos and badness associated with it. Is that fair? Oh, Duppy wants the link. Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. There is something about the maritime law, and the Vatican claims to have all rights over anything related to like water and ocean, and we're considered like how was that explained to me? Like a vessel, and then when we were born, we go through a canal to be born,
right?
And somehow that gives them dominion over us.
Right.
It's just like,
which is total bullshit. But,
quit playing the games. You know what I'm saying?
So here's what I want to throw at you. After spending, 2, 3, 4 years thinking there's something about these creepy admiralty maritime law pirate bastards. Not all seafaring people are bad, but there's something about some oceanfarers that are nefarious, right? It's in the back of my mind for years, 2, 3 years, maybe 4.
Well, what do you mean about oceanfarers?
Well, there's something about like sea worshippers or Dagon, which is one of the old false gods of the Bible, which Lovecraft did a great movie, or some fans of Lovecraft did a great movie about the half fish, half people, mermaids. There's just a connection there, right?
You do have something there, because if you look at the Pope's hat, it looks like the head of a fish.
Right. So the old fish head. So let me throw this.
Go ahead.
Yeah. It just popped into my head. Can you think of any foundation of our country? I want you to have the same thrill I had. That's why I'm going to do it as an annoying question. Because I don't want to just say it. I want to see if it'll pop in your head. It just popped in my head. There's like a famous fairy tale aspect to our founding that's a saying that I never understood why it was so popular, and about how the British are invading and they were going to signal each other. Do you remember it with the lanterns? Remember the phrase? One if
The
by
only thing that's
land.
popping in my head is the goofy Nazi one, loose lips, sink ships.
There's an older one during the Foundation. One if by land, two if by sea. And it's
I vaguely remember that, but I never understood what it meant.
It's stupid. And they hammered it into my head as a kid in school. And I'm like, it's a spell. It's an incantation. It's some sort of weird thing. I'm going to try to dive into it this weekend.
All right.
So
but now there is something there because you have old, you got stone statues of these fish people and carvings and stuff, you know?
Exactly.
Now, if the fish people are somehow related to the Nephilim, how ugly was the chick that you slept with, bro?
I know.
You know, like
we're in the next week or two, we're going to get to that verse. Real quick, I got to say, Two Rivers corrected me. He meant it started small scale, went large scale, or something like that for those tools. So he wasn't saying they're small now. Just Jim pointed out one if by land.
Wait. What was that last part?
Let me just read it exactly. Two Rivers says, I meant small scale, but went large scale via those tools regarding Project Mockingbird.
Oh.
And Norm says, Paul Revere. Right. One if by land, two if by sea. Like, what does that even mean and why does it matter? I know what they say it means, but that's not a complex military signaling operation.
Well, Google it. See what comes up.
Well, it means they were going to hold one lantern up to let the revolutionaries know if the attack was coming by land. And two if by sea. That's kindergarten military signaling. Why did this propagate all the way to 200 years later, me as a kid learning? There's something there that's creeping me out.
There was a like a mini series about that whole situation.
There's
Duffy. You guys hear me?
Yeah, we can now.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are
the terms of the debate, Duffy?
I was just going to defend what I typed there. He said he didn't disagree or didn't agree with it, so I'll just defend
I don't know
that.
I don't know if I didn't agree.
Need to go further than that.
I don't know if I'm claiming I didn't agree, but I think
I'm
Black
just saying
Yoda, you might have.
400 feet is like really high.
Well, it's basically during the Ice Age, they say that ocean levels were 400 feet lower than they are now at the height of the Ice Age.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense than what I was thinking.
Yeah, and obviously if you wanted to then take that extra water and spread it over the continents, that's a lot more volume. So the extra height would be less than 400 feet kind of thing.
I thought you were meaning that it's been like 400 feet like recently.
Oh, no. 10,000 years.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
But it supposedly happened fairly quickly within the first couple thousand years. All of that 400 feet left the ice sheets and went into the ocean. So the ocean level in the last, say, 8,000 years hasn't really changed that much.
Well, didn't they try to tell us that our last ice age was about 10,000 years ago?
That was the end of it, yeah.
So then that kind of adds up.
Mm-hmm. It kind of does.
Yeah.
Well, we have nothing to debate.
So to me that just means the ice was never supposed to be there.
Well, you might have to talk to God about that one.
Right.
That's just a debatable topic as far as I'm concerned. Like, it doesn't really bother me one way or another. Like, but I better understand your comment now, because I honestly I was thinking that you meant like recently.
No, I think I said Ice Age in the
I may have misread it because Yoda can't see the.
Yeah, I can't see the chat.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I said since the ice sheets melted, there's 400 feet more ocean height.
All right. Well, hey, what is your thoughts on the fish people? Because I saw you doing some researching a couple of weeks ago.
Yep, still doing it tonight.
Oh, you going live later?
No, I'm actually just researching.
Oh, got you.
We should.
but
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I'm researching Al Gore and his family.
Oh, that's
And this
awesome.
is like the wackiest dig I've done so far.
Wow.
Wait, you mean the guy that invented the internet?
Yeah, that guy. I even stumbled across a fake saint.
Oh, wait. Was it the internet or email? Which one was he supposed
Right.
I think it was. I remember it as internet, supposedly.
Oh, this guy.
Yeah. But yeah, there's a saint in the Rhine River area in Germany from like 600 AD, and his name is Saint Gore. So you can see why I ended up looking at him.
Mm.
And basically found out he was fake.
Wow.
And in the process, and here's the really weird thing. So the Gores can be traced back to the Lord Mayors of England. And then it's like, well, all right, that's like 1500. Where do you go beyond that? And it's sort of a dead end, but I think I found through this fake saint where they go from there.
Mm.
But I might talk, if I can get enough done, I might talk about that story this weekend. If we
So
do
when you say fake saint, are you meaning that he was never a saint or never declared one?
he was actually the alter ego of a bishop, it looks like to me. And that bishop was actually part of the Merovingian families.
Ooh. Now
Ooh.
you're
It's all
Yeah.
tied together, man.
Wow.
And so well, remember the stuff with the primordial mound, G. Ross, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
There's a very famous rock in the Rhine River that you may have heard of because there's a legend of Lorelei associated with it.
Okay.
And the legend is kind of like the Greek sirens myth. They're
Right.
probably inspired by the Greek myth. But that rock looks like a big primordial mound.
Mm.
And so this fake saint had some kind of cult thing going on there.
Where is this rock located?
Well, it's very near Frankfurt, believe it or not.
Hmm.
That's a pretty infamous city in the big scheme of things, right? Remember, that's where the Rothschilds are from.
Right.
So yeah, this is a really weird one. Oof.
So when you brought up the sirens, did you ever read the Odyssey?
I've read parts of it. I've never read the whole thing, but I'm familiar with the story.
Yeah. So there was some rocks that the sailors would crash on. Damn it! Get over here. Hold on, give me a second.
Let me read the chat real quick. Hainton Alien Surfer suggested to watch National Treasure. I totally agree.
I've
just
that Nicolas Cage movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it. I haven't really crossed paths with any of the material in it though. Myself.
This is an old chat from back when we were talking about Paul Revere and stuff.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I'm behind on reading the chat. Just Jim pointed out ice displaces water. I want to point out, I'm pretty sure if you put a glass of water with ice in it, yes, the ice displaces the water, but as it melts, doesn't the water level stay the same?
Yes.
So that kind of is interesting.
It would depend on how much air is trapped in the ice.
Yeah, but in the theoretical case of not making it complicated like that, it's
sorry. It was just the first thought popped in my head.
Let me play a cookie animation real quick.
Two Rivers asked me if I go to the actual library to research.
Yep.
No. It's all internet.
Let me
But there's
brag
a lot
for
of stuff
second.
out there.
Let me
No,
brag.
there really is.
Let me brag for a second. I have literally been to the Library of Alexandria.
No way, really?
The problem is it's
What it look
rebuilt.
like?
And say again.
What it look like in person?
A giant
There's
airport.
nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing there anymore.
Yeah, it's
Well, I know that. But
yeah. I mean, it's almost really annoying to go there because first of all, the architecture is very whatever airports look like these days, and it's got some books and it's big, but all it does is make you angry that you're not looking at the old one. That's all I could feel the whole time.
Oh,
was like,
sure.
like this is
I've
really
got
not fun.
I've gotten in a lot of conversations about that library with people who I've been talking to about all this kind of stuff.
Hmm.
Obviously, you remember the stuff I was talking about the Phoenicians, right?
Right.
We really don't know very much about them, and they basically dominated the entire Mediterranean for 1,000 years, but we don't know that much about them. And I suspect that a lot of information about them would have been in the Alexandria Library, and now it's gone.
Right.
And some people think the Catholic Church finished the job on destroying that library, and a lot of that stuff might actually be in the secret Vatican archives.
See, that's where I was going to go with it.
Yeah.
I've heard it said before that the version that we got isn't exactly what happened. I heard that they saved a lot of that content.
Norm's gonna
I'm
get
not
in on
saying that
this.
they saved all of it, but I'm pretty certain that they saved the most important stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not entirely sure that the Catholics had anything to do with the destruction of that library. It supposedly happened in two stages that were about 500 years apart. One was when Julius Caesar attacked Alexandria, the whole Cleopatra thing. The Roman ships in the harbor somehow started a fire on
Right.
shore, and that severely damaged the library. And then there's no information. And then 500 years later, supposedly the Muslims finished the job when they took over.
Right.
Well, let's compare history to history. Look at what the Nazis did when they were doing all their invasions and they were stealing artwork and holding on to stuff like that. You know what I mean? So when I say let's compare history to history, if I was gonna burn down a library like that, I'm gonna go look for the important stuff and keep it.
Right.
Sure. Information is power, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not saying that I don't believe that it might be in the Vatican. I just, I haven't seen any actual evidence that the Catholics had anything to do with going down to that part of the world, Egypt, and defacing monuments and hiding information and stuff like that. But there are other people who think they did. I just haven't seen anything on it.
Well, for the time period that you're talking about, the church wasn't even around then. If I was gonna burn
It would have been the early
I'm
church.
gonna go look for the important stuff and keep it.
It would have been the early church, like 200 A.D. to 500 A.D. That time period.
Okay.
Yep.
What's up, Norm?
Norm, we're not getting your audio yet. Let me see.
So Two Rivers commented that I really should get my ass to the library. With a project this big, do you know how slow that would be?
Right.
Exactly. And then, even if you did go to the library, the only thing you're really going to find is a bunch of transgender books.
That's right. Oh, you're right, Yoda. I should have answered with that. I should have told Two Rivers and said something like, nah, man, I can't go there. No drag queen showtime for me.
Right.
I know this is a godly show, G. Ross. I couldn't help myself.
Well, no, I mean, the Bible talks about drag queens, or at least stuff in that realm. Norm, I'm going to try There you go.
No. Can you hear me?
A little bit, yeah.
Well, this is a problem on my side. I haven't used this laptop in a while.
Ah,
Let me go get a microphone.
Cool.
Because I'm trying to use the laptop microphone.
Right. We'll be here.
You could hear him? I could barely hear him.
Yeah, it was difficult. We get a different view of Norm's world. You could almost see the hidden Babylonian fish in the background there.
Yeah, you guys wanted to talk about Dagon real bad, sounds like, right?
Well, I do. Like, I'm convinced that Dagon is a huge part of, like, how to express the evil stuff. I don't know.
Is that because of the Pope's fish hat?
That's part of it.
That's what I said.
Well,
I've kind of come up empty on Dagon, tell you the truth. Doesn't mean there's still something out there, but I decided to stop my research at ancient Egypt only because it was just getting too big. But I'll tell you, I found an absolutely fantastic article that some guy wrote claiming, and he had some pretty decent archaeological evidence to back it up, that the people that took over Egypt and became the pharaohs actually did come from Samaria. So that would get you back to Dagon and all that stuff.
It would make a lot of sense. I'll dig into that. What do you remember that guy's name?
You know, I might, if people want, I might go through that article on a show because it's really fascinating. It's just that it was like another, oh my God, when is this project going to end?
Right.
Where do I stop? You know?
Right.
Well, the thing is about Egypt, they're not the only one with pyramids. You got pyramids all through the Middle East.
Sure. And in the Americas.
Yeah, and they don't want to talk about those ones. You know, like, and not the American ones, but
I think there's a good chance that the Phoenicians made it to America way back, and they were the ones that influenced the peoples in the Americas.
Did you ever?
And the Phoenicians were very tied into Egypt, so they would have brought a lot of Egyptian culture.
Did you ever get into the Tartarian stuff?
I've looked at it, but it doesn't interest me.
Just Jim. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Just Jim threw in a cookie. Let me quickly throw a cookie out there.
Here comes cookies.
There we go. Black Yoda, you were saying Tartaria?
Well,
I don't like tartar sauce.
I don't like mayonnaise.
I don't like mayo either.
What even is that?
That's egg and oil.
Yeah,
it's a petroleum product like everything else.
Right.
No, I see people eat coleslaw or that raisin salad stuff with the carrots, and I'm just like,
yeah, that ain't for me either.
God,
I'll put mustard on just about anything and mayo on nothing.
Dude, I'm a sriracha guy.
Yeah, I like that too.
Yeah.
Hot sauce, the hotter the better. Yum.
I take that back. I can handle mayonnaise if I mix it with sriracha.
Oh, yeah.
Does this microphone work better?
Oh, that's beautiful.
Oh, yeah, way better.
All right, cool. And I see you're using Jitsi. What do you think?
I'm really digging it. I don't want to overly comment yet, but there is one thing where I think Black Yoda's iPhone is giving us the crickets.
Oh, yeah, that's me. That's me.
Yeah.
But
I keep on thinking. But I'm used to that. My old place, I always had that as well. So it's actually kind of comforting to me.
Cool.
Actually, I like the platform too because it didn't time out.
Yeah, it's really easy to use.
Well, when I discovered it, I told you about this 2 weeks ago, G-Ross?
That's right. That's right. Yep.
Yeah, something like that.
And when I discovered it, I was like, this is great. It's still in the beginning stages, but it's pretty good. Yeah.
This is the first time I've seen it, and it looked just like Brave Talk with 2 exceptions. Apparently, you can have more than 4 people on a call.
Right.
and it doesn't default to the mute being on, which I think is an improvement. But other than that, it was exactly like Brave Talk. So I'm good with it.
It's the same code. Brave Talk is a
Yeah.
fork of this, by the way.
I was curious about that myself. How many people are you allowed to have on?
Infinite, or at least a lot.
A lot.
Hundreds.
Well, it depends on your bandwidth, like anything else.
Yeah.
So, but I've tested it out, and I've had 10 people on,
Nice.
and it's worked pretty well for me. It has been buggy for me in the past, but that was not because of Jitsi. It was because of there was a issue with my internet provider, but I've been really happy with it. Another thing to let you know, I'm using Firefox right now, but I've had problems with it in Firefox. But I think that's with my animation. When I'm not on my laptop right now, my animation software is on my iMac. But when I use my animation software with my with Firefox on it, it freezes up the virtual camera in OBS. I don't know if that's been fixed yet, but that was an issue. It worked best in Chrome.
Doesn't Firefox use a lot of resources?
They all use a lot of resources now. Brave uses a lot of resources because any browser that uses they separate. Okay, when you have a lot of tabs open, that's like a new browser session,
Right.
and that's what started eating up the resources in any browser.
Right.
That's just any browser, but tell you the truth, I hate to say it, but Foxhole takes up a shitload of resources, and I hate to say it because I love the platform, but that does use up the developers used to be they used to shrink the code and truncate things in the code and say, if we don't need it, we won't have it in the code. But now the computers are so much better that they're like, oh yeah, it's better to have it and not need it. And then they bloat the code and of everything.
That always happens.
Yeah. But unfortunately, the computers get better and have more resources, and then so the code on the when they update the code for the newer computers, the older computers can't handle the resources, and this has just been a fight between software developers and computer architecture since the beginning of computers.
Right.
In the old days, when the computer architecture didn't move as fast, it was, the computer developers, really stripped down the code and really stripped out everything. Now everything's a bunch of freaking libraries, like JavaScript mostly, and they just throw everything in the kitchen sink in there, and it bloats the code so much.
Yep. Norm, did you see Just Jim said hey in the chat a little while ago? Just wanted to call that
sorry, I gotta move my windows around. I'm on my laptop.
And Belushi points out, Black Yoda, your crickets are racist.
Tell Belushi I said what's up. I didn't know he was in the chat.
Yeah, he popped in.
Jiminy Cricket. Yeah, I don't know. A cricket was Pinocchio's best friend. So
you know what? I can kill a roach in a heartbeat, but I have feelings about killing crickets.
I
Is that
carried
just me?
I carried a cricket from my sink. It couldn't jump out like 2 hours ago out to safety.
Klaus says crickets taste better.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, here's the ironic part about what you just said, Black Yoda. My ex-wife used to think it was like bad luck to kill a cricket in your house, so she used to make me carry out all the crickets of the house. When I was a kid, I had lizards. I used to feed them crickets. So yeah, I don't know what to think about that because yeah, I would have no problem feeding my crickets my lizards crickets, but
Well, that's more of a circle of life thing. That seems a little more natural.
But when my ex-wife told me, "Don't kill the cricket in the house,"
right? The main reason
if I had a boa,
yeah.
if I had a boa, I wouldn't have a problem with it eating a hamster. Like it wouldn't bother me. But a hamster on its own,
yeah,
I wouldn't wish it no harm.
Well, how would you power your computer if it ate the hamster?
Huh?
Sorry.
Oh, you mean the wheel and
right? Yeah.
Sorry.
There's supposed to be a rim shot after that.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't have my Stream Deck hooked up to this computer with a sound effect. So it's like
I wouldn't kill a cricket because it'll snap all gross. Those are bony creatures. Their exoskeleton is pretty defined.
I like crickets though. I like the sound they make. It's kind of calming.
Do you know why they make that sound?
Yeah, they rub their legs together.
No, that's how. But why?
But the reason for that.
Oh,
it's a mating sound.
Well, we all make sounds like that, right?
Yeah.
But no, these crickets, they out here trying to get laid, bro.
Yeah, and you kill the cricket for it being too loud, and you're like, eh. And all he's like going, hey, ladies, and you're like, shut up.
That's terrible.
You're a horrible person.
I will never kill another cricket.
I had a cricket in my shoe once. That was pretty trippy. Put it on and it starts wiggling around in there.
I think the craziest bug that I've ever came across. Do you guys know what cicadas are?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
and there was that whole puzzle, cicada. Yeah. What was that? Before Q, a lot of people went over from the cicada puzzle. What was that number after 1707? No, what was that number? Do you know?
I can't remember the number.
Yeah,
but I know what you're talking about.
I got a bug that can top a cicada in terms of like fucking crazy looking. Look up potato bug.
Isn't that the one that rolls up in a ball?
Nope.
Well,
can somebody like pull it up on Wikipedia and show it on the screen?
Well, the zombie fungus that ate that cicada. Have you guys seen that video where the zombie fungus ate the cicada from the inside out, and the cicada was still
no
creepy?
I didn't see it with a cicada, but I don't remember the bug that I thought it was like a cricket or something.
No, they have lots of videos of that fungus eating a lot of things, but the cicada was creepy.
Somebody needs to show a picture of potato bug on here.
Is this right, Guppy?
It's being showed.
Am I doing it? Is it the right one?
That looks like a ladybug with different colors.
I'm sure
it's also called a Jerusalem cricket. But they're native to California. We used to run into these things all the time, and they were like really frightening.
I've ran into that one. Yeah, that one I have run into in my old backyard.
Oh hell no!
No, not that. You had it before, the one with the red head.
But
okay.
But that one, they used to burrow in my backyard.
Do you live in the western part of the country?
I live in California.
Oh, yeah, you definitely got them.
Yeah. This one used to eat my my tomato plants, and I I plant rosemary next to it, and something else, and the rosemary kept it away. Oh, I put garlic.
Go back
I
to the redheaded one.
All right, let's.
yeah, that's the one that used to eat my potatoes. I mean, not my tomatoes, not potatoes.
There you go.
Yeah,
Look at that thing. Ugh.
It's disgusting.
we used to call this tomato bug. Yeah, tomato beetle.
We call them potato bugs.
Yeah,
That I don't think they have anything to do with potato plants or anything though. We always used to find them like under dead rotting logs and stuff.
they also it wasn't that one, but in my old place, I had a fig tree in the backyard. There was these, I think they were June bugs. Used to like suck the juice out of rotten figs that were fermentating, I think, and they'd get drunk and just fly into walls and stuff like that. But they looked a lot like that too.
Well, what is the gray one that rolls into a ball?
Pill bug.
Because we used to always call those potato bugs.
We called them roly polies.
Yeah,
I
roly
called them
polies.
Yeah,
roly-polies.
that too.
We also called them sow bugs. I don't know where
Sow.
that came from, but yeah. This is California lingo.
Well, when I lived in Northern California, we had a lot of those in my backyard growing up in the Central Valley.
I think those are everywhere though.
But
Yeah,
what part of
because we had
California
those in Michigan.
did you live in, Dumpy?
Orange County.
Oh, okay. So you lived south of me. So
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah, no, I grew up in Central Valley, and we had those things everywhere. And those and earwigs or pincher bugs.
Oh, I
Yeah.
hate those.
And we still have those. Well, when I lived in Burbank, they were everywhere. So yeah. Orange County used to be a great place before they cheated on the elections.
Yeah, that's I was explaining I think the other night. That's what woke me up to all of this was the 2018 midterms.
Oh yeah, no, they completely went blue, and I was like going, "What the
Yeah.
fuck?"
And I
It's
and
like
I was
that was behind the orange curtain, and
right.
and we're like, "You don't know, you guys
I
don't
was
understand."
watching it really close
Laguna
going
Beach.
into the election.
Yeah, Laguna Beach. I was like, when Laguna Beach went blue, I was like going, "What the fuck? That place has been red forever." It's like yeah, and other places, and even District 25 over here, just north of me, they went blue, and then that crazy freaking congresswoman got kicked out for having a lesbian orgy, and then
Wait,
they
is that the one that that was like 2 years ago?
yeah,
Katie something. She was like
yeah,
from Santa Clarita or something
yeah,
like
Santa
that.
Clarita. That's District 25, and
Yeah.
that's just north of me, and she stole that, but she had this like crazy lesbian orgy where
Right.
the guys
Oh wait, they had
or
a
the
name
girl,
for it. They had a
yeah,
name for it. What do they call it? A thruple?
yeah, whatever
Instead
that
of a
was.
couple, it was a thruple.
But the guys or the girl's husband, her assistant that she had the orgy with, her husband posted her separated husband that were getting divorced for obvious reasons posted images online of her tattoos, and they were like, she had a Nazi tattoo and all that. And it immediately they had a special election right then, and it immediately went back to red because they couldn't control the special election, which
Right.
was very interesting.
That was. Question
Because
is,
that was
did they
red.
end up with a rhino anyway, or a
I don't
maggot?
I don't remember who got in there, even though it's like 20 minutes away from my work. Probably 30 minutes away from me right now. But the districts are so small here. I moved like 5 miles away, and I live in another district. I moved from what's his name? The guy that the stupid idiot that I lived in his county for or his district for a while. I hated him, Brad Sherman, and then I moved into Adam Schiff, and it's only 5 miles. Even though Adam Schiff, like 2 blocks away from me, it was Adam Schiff, and people like put like signs for the person in my neighborhood. They put signs for the person running against Adam Schiff in their yard. And I was like, he's not even in the district. That's 2 blocks that way, and it's all Burbank. And I'm trying to explain to people the zip code has 2 congressmen. Or actually, technically it was 3 because there was a few blocks, but that was all industrial over by the airport. But it's crazy over here that I can't remember what they call it, not fracking, but the way they break up the conservative neighborhoods.
Oh, gerrymandering.
Gerrymandering. They break up conservative neighborhoods to and then spread them out into liberal neighborhoods.
Have you ever seen some of the districts they have in Illinois? They look like snakes where they're like trying to connect up strategically what they want. They make no sense other than cheating.
That's like here, where I technically should have lived in District 28, but it was like a dildo, or the state of Florida, I don't know, going of District 30 going into District 28 just to reach that conservative neighborhood,
right?
And it was like a state of Florida. It was totally non because it was like breaking up that conservative neighborhood and then and spreading them out into that stuff. And
they take those enclaves and make them part of a bigger blue district so that they get watered down, right?
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Okay.
That crap shouldn't be allowed.
But yeah, okay, you brought up the map, but that's Illinois.
Yep.
Bring up Los Angeles. It's the same way. Los Angeles is the same way.
Well, they tried to do that in New York, and they ended up losing the seat.
Oh yeah, look at this one.
Yeah.
Well, actually, and they did.
Look at
Kinzinger lost his seat because of that too.
That's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. That shouldn't be allowed right there.
That's insane.
So that's
the one I was talking about.
Oh.
Okay, that's actually I think Orange County. That's not even Los Angeles.
No, that's Illinois.
Oh
no, I have Illinois. I lost it.
That is Illinois. Look at the shape of the state.
Yeah. That's not Los Angeles, but bring up Los Angeles. Los Angeles.
It says here.
We have 30. We have 30 congressional districts, and they're just freaking crazy. And like I said, it's like Burbank is a city on its own outside of Los Angeles. They have their own power, water and power. They have their own school district. They have their own police department.
Look at that number 13, the light brown one. Look at the eastern side of it. That's stupid. See that like.
But to tell you the truth, the Republicans started that, and the Democrats caught hold of what they did and copied it and
perfected it.
Yeah, so it that is nothing to blame on the Democratic Party. It's actually the Republican Party actually tried to start that. And then
we all know that there's no real difference between the two parties.
It's the rhinos. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
I'll show you my terrible meme that's not that good, but it took me 5 seconds to do. It's probably been done before, but I couldn't find one, so I had to make one real quick. About the Uniparty.
No, I like it.
Yeah. Two wings of the same bird.
Hmm.
Yeah, they messed up though. They showed us how they do it now.
Right.
Well,
Dude,
you know what?
I cannot wait for November, people. I
But
swear I can't wait for November.
you know what made me mad about the Uniparty though? It's like the Republicans always say was like when you go up to them, it's like, "Why'd you vote like that? That's so horrible." And they're like, "Oh, we were afraid if we didn't bend to them now, we might have to do something worse later on." And it's like you don't bend to them; you make them bend to you. First of
Right.
all,
Yeah.
um, you're that's just a spineless answer. And then, second
That's
of
a good
all,
one.
I was pissed off about like all the libertarians going Republican because they're like we're not getting anywhere with the Libertarian Party. It's like you can get more Republicans to go Libertarian
Right.
because or something like that. You're not yeah you're giving in.
Right.
Um because there are like MAGA is basically libertarian. And Ron
Agreed.
Paul ran as a libertarian the first time he ran for president, and then
Right.
he switched over
Hmm.
to Republican because you know
Well,
it
because
worked.
Ron Paul knew he was splitting the Republican vote by doing that.
Mhm.
That's why he tried to change. That's exactly what Ross Perot did in
Right.
'92 that got Clinton in office.
Exactly. I was going to bring that up, and Ralph Nader did that as well with the
The
other,
green.
yeah, with the Democrats and the Green Party.
Right.
But but yeah, that's what really bugs me about this whole two-party system. I've never been a Republican or a Democrat. I've always been a libertarian. And that's because the guy at the gun store, the manager of the gun store that I used to go shoot at, the firing range, he told me like they support the NRA when I was like younger, and I always wanted to stay with my original beliefs. And that's why I'm still in California too. By the way, people tell me to move out of here, but I grew up here and it's my state, and
Yeah.
I'm not freaking bent to that. And if it's a lost cause, it's a lost cause. If it takes me 20 years and I'm 70 years old or over 70, when I get what I want, it will, yeah,
Your Gran Torino.
yeah, yeah, Gran Torino, yeah, exactly.
You're just gonna stay in that awesome because it's a nice house. It's a nice neighborhood. Listen,
Get off
normal-
my lawn.
Yeah,
every
I'm
time.
okay. You beat me to it, Dumpy.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, hey, get off my lawn,
It's
and
been
then they run out in the street and they're like, and then I say, hey kids, what are you running out in the street? You're gonna get hit by a car. Get out of the street.
Yep.
But yeah,
I probably haven't been back to Southern California for about 4 years, but man, I love it.
Man, I haven't been back there since '94.
I miss it.
I moved to Southern California in '95, but I grew up in Northern California, Central Valley, which is Central Valley has its own thing, and I love Central Valley too. I just love California.
It's
I used to-
fantastic.
I used to love San Francisco when I was growing up. I grew up right outside San Francisco, but now my friends went back and they're like, "Don't go there. Just keep your memories you have."
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah, half of my family's from San Francisco, so I used to go there a lot. And I got to live there for a few years too, not in the city, but in the Bay Area. It was such a great place to visit, but
but you wouldn't want to live there.
yeah,
It's a great place to visit, but you don't want to live there, and that's pretty much.
Black Yoda,
Yeah.
you're awfully quiet.
I was still thinking about what the hell did I do with my Bible?
That's what I thought you were doing. I was like, he's looking for it.
No, I mean,
I'm sorry
sitting
about
here, but
that.
in my head, I'm like, where could it possibly be?
I have declared to the family, we're not going to the restaurant until I find my thing, whatever it is. It's so uncool of me, but I do it. Whenever I lose something, you know. We are a
There's
bunch of
really,
Valley girls. Anka
nah,
Vanka is calling us
there's
Valley
really
girls.
only two places I normally leave it. Like I got a TV stand out here that I use when you and I are talking,
Yep.
so I can have something to set it on. And then on the kitchen table or the dining room table, there's a place that I set it.
Here comes the
So why I would put it somewhere else is beyond me.
That cookie is from Just
Yeah,
Jim. Thank you.
I don't know how I feel about Uncle Vonka's comment. Gag me with a spoon. Like, totally gross. Love you, Uncle Vonka. I haven't talked to you in so long, Uncle Vonka. So good to see you.
God, I remember when they used to talk like that.
Yep.
Used to?
I'm sure some of them do, but I haven't lived there in a long time.
Yeah.
I used to date a girl that had that valley talk, right?
Yep.
And keep in mind, people, she was gorgeous. I mean, gorgeous.
So you're always telling her, shh, just shh.
And so my friends, I kept telling them I wanted to break up with her. And they were like, why would you want to break up with a girl that hot?
She's
And I'm
stupid.
like, I can't. That too. That too.
No, I've been there.
She would talk 100 miles an hour about absolutely nothing. With not one deep thought in there. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
And repeat the same thing over
These are
and over and over again.
The modern incarnation of those girls are the people that Mark Dice interviews on the beach.
Like when it's 4th of July and they're asking them like, why do we celebrate 4th of July? And they're just like crickets, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Nah, I just couldn't do it. I had to let that one go. Ooh wee. I couldn't do it.
To tell you the truth, when Mark Dice was trading, he was like, I'll give you an ounce of gold or a bar of chocolate. Which one would you take? And they were taking. I always wanted to run into Mark Dice when he was doing that because he was like, which one do you want? And they would take the bar of chocolate. And I'm like going, and this is when gold was like close to $2,000 an ounce.
Yeah.
And I was like,
the one that I saw, he was doing that, but I could have swore it was like $5 or $10 or something like that. But yeah,
he might have done that with silver too, which would have been a lot less.
Yep.
Well, no, he did it with gold, but I could have swore he was like $5 or $10 versus the gold. And when I saw that video, it just blew my mind.
He was doing this with a bar of Hershey's chocolate that was frozen, and it was a hot day. And I was like, frozen bar of Hershey's chocolate, and they were taking their.
Oh, Belushi.
I didn't see that one, but even still,
the crickets blocked Belushi.
What, did you send him a link?
No.
Fairy tales could come true.
All right. Link is going in the chat.
If you're among the young and
there's another youngster that does videos like that, and I can't remember his name.
My dad is pretty sure $100 silver in the next, I think he was saying, within a year.
You know how long Cliff High's been saying $600 silver? He's been saying that for over a fucking decade. And yeah. So I'm like, even it almost got to 50. It almost got to 50 in 2008 when the housing crisis went out. So $100 silver. I don't believe when I was doing my Bitcoins and beer podcast, I talked about this. I don't think so.
I kind of go with the 10-1 gold silver one day. I think it'll hit that.
Well, actually,
like it used to
historically, it's supposed to be 18-1.
Yeah,
That's where Cliff High gets his number from.
Well, yeah, and I've done videos about that like almost 10 years ago with my Bitcoins and beer videos where I talk about the historical reference. But historically, okay, here's the thing about the historical reference of all this stuff. Historically, they've tried other kind of oh gosh, I just lost my I'm being too loud. Kitty just told me I'm being too loud.
Oh.
But historically they try to do other monetary systems, and they always go back to the gold standard because that's what works, and they've been doing that for 2,000 years. But somebody just joined or leave.
There are two Belushis. One is muted.
I don't trust two of them because there was somebody who reached out to me one time that said they were Belushi and they weren't.
You got
I could see that.
No, I told you about that Belushi, right?
I know, I remember.
Yeah. They start sending me
I don't know why it's doubling up on me.
But no, they start sending me my LinkedIn profile and my like IMDb profile, and I was like, "Who the fuck is this?" I was like so pissed.
Ghost Belushi just left.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
God, stupid ghost, get out of here.
No, wasn't there a real Ghost Belushi that was out there?
Was there what?
No, I remember in the chat somewhere. I could have swore I saw somebody else named Belushi, but it was like Ghost Belushi.
Oh no, yeah, I have Belushi's assistant and Belushi's ghost.
Yeah,
and, yeah.
I think it was assistant that reached out to me, and I called you. I was like, "What the fuck are you doing to me, Belushi?" I remember I called you that night. I was like, "Going, you're sending me my IMDb profile. You're sending me this stuff. You're saying I know who you are." It was almost threatening. Do you remember that?
Well, what's funny about that, Norm, is I actually know who's behind all that, but I don't publicly say that because it's just I don't play those games. But when I tried to get my Truth Social at Belushi, and I got in really early on the waiting list, even though I was like 400,000th in line or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, there's like 15 or 20 Belushi insert number sequence here, and I'm like, no. I am the only at Belushi on Truth Social.
Right.
so they tried to beat me and get my username on Truth Social. But I was able to get it. But no, I was digging the California talk and the cricket talk. First of all, Black Yoda, your crickets are racist and stop cock blocking them. Number 2, God is real. Number 3, fuck the government. Number 4, I'm just here to chill, man. And I like the Duckbies on here, and I just thought because I missed you guys the other night, I wanted to jump on and just shoot the shit a little bit.
Don't talk about Fight Club. You forgot that one.
Yeah. That's first rule about Cricket Club is don't talk about cricket.
Cricket Club.
Oh man, love it.
Yeah, when I first started seeing those fake Belushi accounts, I thought of creating like a Belushi's man bun one.
Yeah, that would have been funny.
But then when I saw what they were doing, I was like, nah, I'm not gonna be
because at first I was like, okay, this is kind of cute and fun or whatever. Like, yeah, you guys want to razz me a little bit, no problem. But then it just got malicious. It started getting personal and stuff. And I'm like, okay, you're not doing this out of like good fun. You're doing this to hurt me.
They started hurting. They started like being malicious towards like people around you, like me.
Yeah, no, like, dude, beyond that, like all my mods, like everything, like it's still happening to this day, by the way, but it's just more covert now. But, I'm like, what's your problem? I smoke weed and play reggae music. Like, what's your problem? Like, what am I doing that's hurting you? Like, I don't know. I find the whole thing very silly.
There's always the blue meanies.
Yeah, dude. It's like, you know what? I'll say this since it's a late night show. Yeah. I fucking hate the blue pill feature. I think it's stupid. I think it invites division. I think it invites.
I agree.
maliciousness. I don't agree. I mean, I understand, like, you know, it's not my place to say, really, but it's just
Right.
like and a lot of people have been reaching out to me, like, what, you know, what's up? Like, literally, I gave earlier today, what show was it? A Pickles show. I gave him 5 cookies in a row with no message. And because Pickles is my boy, and I popped in and I was like, hey, dude. And I threw a bunch of cookies. Every single one of my cookies got a blue pill. No other comments in the chat got blue pills or anything like that. And I'm like, you're blue pilling donations with no message. Like, clearly, like, this is a malicious act.
Actually, because you didn't ask Pickles for the golden shower when you donated, I would have blue pilled you.
Yeah, exactly.
I assume when I first saw the pills like that, the red and blue, I thought that was like a voting function for, like, if the podcaster asked the question to the chat. Or does it work different than that?
But no, that is a perfect voting function.
Yeah, actually, that would be a better function for it.
But that is a perfect voting function. But the last show I had, I didn't get any gold pills, but I got, like, every comment in my show were like, somebody was blue pilling every comment that people were leaving. I only had like 14 people there, and and I said, "Oh, thank you for the blue pills. Oh, thank you," and they stopped. They just stopped because I wasn't getting any donations. I don't get donations on my show. Yeah, I buy gold pills.
Imagine how many times a host asks, like, type 1 if you think this, type 2 if you think this. And if they just did that with the pills, that would be very useful for the host because it would be easier to count responses.
Well, yeah.
Right. If you could, you know how, like, Twitter used to have it, but who does it now too? I don't know if you can do it on Truth or not, but you used to be able to launch surveys and be like, okay, I can just ask, you know, for 3 options, A, B, or C type of thing. And you get a true count of, like, how people were feeling about a certain subject or whatever. And that's not what this is doing, though. This is in my opinion, is creating it's allowing an environment to be conducive to be divisive, right? Like, so it's like, if somebody doesn't like you, they're just going to follow you around and blue pill you all over the fucking place versus, like, an actual downvote. Like, I uploaded a video, like, on YouTube, you know, like, you could do, you know, ups and downs, and how, like, you know, obviously the deep state, anytime Biden comes out with a video, they just don't, you know, or CNN or whatever, they disable comments on YouTube. But, like, you can downvote if you don't like it, right? Because they were getting ratioed. Same with, like, Twitter. So, like, all we've done is we've invited that into a place where we're supposed to all be able to freely talk.
Right.
And you can disagree with me. Put your fucking face and your fucking name behind it and fucking say it in the chat. Don't fucking blue pill me like a little pussy in the background, and then nobody knows who it is. And it's like, oh, you smash the red pill, fam. It's like, fuck that shit. Like, I'm not down with it, dude. I think it's stupid.
I don't even really pay attention to that thing at all. Tell you the truth.
You know, Duppy, it's one of those things, like, you know, when you're streaming and you've built a channel and you've spent blood, sweat, and tears and years on it, and, you know, somebody who just did, you know, for whatever reason doesn't, you know, get along with what you say or whatever, they can just come in and harass you anonymously.
Right.
To me, it's like, bitch, and I'll call people out on my show. Like, they come in here and talk about shit. I'll be like, here's the Zoom link. Come on and talk to me. Let's go.
I just gave Ankh a blue pill for the fun of it.
Okay. I was just going to say they're here, but okay with you.
Well,
okay.
Your whole show's going to go down now that I'm here. So,
yeah. Where's Jackie? Jackie, are you here? Jackie might be late.
Oh, I know that one. That was Joe today.
Yeah. They told Joe Jackie is late, and yeah, even though like a month beforehand he was like, oh, never mind. I don't. I can't wait for the Steven voiceover on that. I hope Steven voiceover comes out of retirement to do that, because that would be That's the ghost that Joe's always shaking hands with his ghost.
Yeah.
Jackie.
You know, one thing, Norm, that you guys are talking about in Southern California, like, you know, after the Malibu fires hit, that's right around, like, after that, shortly after that. I mean, well, I went and traveled and then came back to California and
Which
then
time?
left. It's not that California is a bad state. It's an absolutely gorgeous, beautiful place with everything you could possibly imagine. And the politics and the taxes have absolutely just destroyed it.
Well, it's
I mean,
like
I was paying like almost 40% in taxes.
Yeah,
you know this, Norm.
I do, but it could be a country in itself because it has everything a country could have. It used to be, I don't know if it is anymore, the third largest economy in the freaking world before Newsom took over.
Wait, there was a guy that was trying to divide California, and I can't think of his name.
Yeah.
There was actually quite a few of them. Draper, there was a guy named Draper that was trying to break it up into 5 different states.
Yep.
And he's the guy that actually bought all the Bitcoin from the FBI that they confiscated from the Silk Road. But he was trying to make Silicon Valley the most powerful part of California because he's a tech guy.
Well, it is the most powerful part.
Do you think so? Because California has a lot of different industry. They have alcohol. They have the Napa Valley, which is wine. They have tech. They have entertainment. They have
right. But I would say over the last 20 years,
they have a lot of farming.
I would say over the last 20 years.
I grew up in the farming area but it was a lot of vineyards. Basically, which is also alcohol.
Yeah.
Yeah, fruits and nuts is what we grew, and then I moved down here, and then we grew them up in Northern California, and they all live down here. So and there's a lot of flakes down here, by the way, too. But that's a different story. That's granola. But no, California does have you're right. It is a bread basket.
Yeah, but how do you ever bounce back from the high taxes, the property tax, the price of gas? How do you reverse any of that?
Time for a revolution.
I have an idea. You want to hear it?
Yeah.
Because the irony of this is off the charts. So California's got an ungodly amount of debt in unfunded liabilities, right? And you wonder how the hell are they ever going to get out of that?
Bankruptcy.
Nope. You know which state has the most proven oil reserves in the United States?
Alaska?
Nope.
California.
Yep.
Wait, I didn't even know they had
they literally refine the oil on the shore, and it's still more expensive than most of the country.
You can go to South Central and see these old buildings in South Central with an oil pump in the backyard.
Absolutely.
Seriously. They literally the anti-fracking state, if you go down like we used to call it rodeo, not rodeo. You know rodeo, right?
Yep.
Like outside, like when you head towards like Hawthorne, like there are actual fucking old timey fucking fracking pumps, literally
they
on the fault line fracking for natural gas. And
they weren't fracking when those were drilled.
You can't buy a car that isn't electric by 2030. Right. We're not going to give you gas in this state. It's like you guys are out of your fucking minds. What's happened with this whole climate change push is like now everything. Like their new model is, and I haven't heard a lot of people talk about this, but I've talked about it a few times. Is net zero carbon? That's their new buzzword. They want all these corporations to be compliant and be net zero compliant or net zero carbon emissions by corporation in the next 10 years or whatever they're saying. And so when you look around, you got even Jamie Dimon, the CEO of fucking Chase Bank, which is like the biggest devil of the devil. And he comes out in Congress and says, oh, I don't think so. He goes, what you're talking about is destroying America. He goes, that would be like paving the way to hell for America.
That's right.
Yeah, I just saw
He's
that.
a deep state motherfucker. Like this, he's a central banker. Like
he's a modern day JP Morgan because
right. That's what I'm saying though, dude. Even they are fucking saying no.
Yeah.
Like as like Tarish Tali, what's her name? One of the four fucking
Rashid.
horsemen.
Rashida Tlaib.
Yeah.
That one.
This
that
fucking
one.
bitch. And he's like, are you kidding me? He's like, what? We're not going to do business with all these corporations that will collapse all of us. He's like, we're not going to do that. So they're in self-preservation mode.
Hey, Blueshy, you want to hear something crazy?
Yeah.
You know I work in the oil industry, right?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah. And I have former coworkers, quite a number of them, that actually believe that shit.
Right.
I mean, talk about hypocrisy.
Totally.
Wow.
They're participating in their own demise.
Yep.
Wow.
That's insane
mind
to me.
control.
I mean, like telling me that you have to have a certain level of a trucking rig to actually move supplies within the state. Like Norm was just saying, like with New California, it's such a massive amount of land. People who haven't been to California understand California or haven't lived there or gone up and down the state. It is its own country. I mean, it literally has the capability to be its own country with the resources and the amount of people, the density of.
Oh, we lost Belushi.
We lost Belushi.
I think he exceeded his word limit. There's a word limit, right?
Yep. I mean, it's 100% right. You can just look on a map. Look on any map that shows terrain, and you're like, that's a country.
Yeah.
Even somewhat defensible, right? Like you've got mountain ranges. No one's going to get through that flat terrain to the east of the mountains without you just spotting them and killing them. So it's even militarily defensible, I feel.
There really isn't any flat terrain to the east. If you're thinking about the desert, man, it's full of mountains.
Doesn't it? Let's see. Let me pull up a map here.
I mean, obviously it has valleys you can wind your way through, but
yeah,
there's a lot of mountains down there.
Well, my geography might like on the right edge though. Like when you get towards Nevada, yeah. I'm just saying you can defend that perimeter. I think Death Valley probably defensible. Man, Reno is close to the border.
Yeah.
Man, this is completely nuts. It's almost like somebody walked in here and stole my damn Bible.
Kyoto, I am kind of sad about that. You're going to find it. But I know you're paying. Where'd Belushi go? Oh, he's gone.
He's probably rebooting.
Yep.
Nah, dude, and I really like that Bible. I mean, I could order another one.
Yeah. Did it have notes in it?
I like the way that one was laid out with how they break up the chapters with those headers. And it had the side columns where you could take notes and stuff.
Right.
Oh, damn it. And it was turquoise.
Depending on when Belushi gets back, I might wait a couple minutes, but I'm starting to be close to the 4 hours of sleep window. So I might have to bail out here in a minute.
Yeah, that's fine.
We've had a good long one, 2.5 hours so far. Well, 2 hours of the panel.
It was still a fun talk.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, I'm glad you're using Jitsi, but I can see you don't know how to use it if you don't know how to put your name in there.
I'll do that next time. I also broke the camera.
When I first got in it, I forgot to do that, so I canceled out and got back in with a name.
Ah, that explains. So I'm the only me in here.
Yeah, that was the first thing I did. I saw, pick a name option. I was like, yeah, let me go ahead and do that.
Well, it's exactly the same interface as Brave Talk.
Yep.
Except it doesn't default to muted, which is great.
Yeah, but yeah, like I said, they're both open source, and Brave Talk is a fork of this. So
Right.
and then yeah, I remember Just Jim had fellow Jester and SoSoup. Like this was on my show when I was using it. SoSoup kept on like making fun of Just Jim because Just Jim couldn't figure out how to change his name. Uh,
Well,
I've been using it for a
yeah.
while though.
That's
Since I got kicked off.
It's really good, and I've been doing it on Firefox today, but I'll try it on Chrome or Brave tomorrow or next time.
Yeah, Firefox just recently had an update. I'm using it on Firefox right now.
It's pretty good.
But I've had problems with it on Firefox
Okay.
in the past. But just to let you know. But
Right
that's just mainly with my animation software, and I think I know why that is. But that's my my alien puppet,
Yeah.
which I don't have. I don't think I have it on this. Maybe I have a older. Oh,
I like
maybe I
those.
do.
Oh, that's your garage.
Oh, I
Yeah.
have an older version of it. Actually, it works a lot better on this computer than
Yeah.
it does on my other computer. Wow.
He's nailing it. He's I don't know where Norm went, but hi, Hangton Alien Surfer.
Yeah. Hey, how you doing? Well, it works a lot better on the laptop. I should.
Ouch.
All right. This is a computer I originally developed it on. This is my my old MacBook Pro. My new MacBook Pro, yeah, and my iMac, yeah. I forgot it was on here. Wow. It's working.
There's Belushi.
Yeah, I was like off on a total rant. I don't even know where I got dropped.
Probably about the middle of it.
California.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we were doing California. You were talking about. I think you were talking about how it's a state, or it could be a country.
I was saying that
Yeah,
it could be its own
I have no
country.
idea what's going on.
And you know what do you call it? What is that area up in Northern California that tried to do that?
That was that Jefferson thing.
Well, no, Jefferson was a state, but below Jefferson was the pot place. I can't think of it right now.
Oh, like Humboldt, that area.
Humboldt, yeah, Humboldt tried to become its own country at one time.
I could see that. I knew a guy in high school who was like a really straight edge guy, very serious student, and he ended up getting a basketball contract or scholarship to Humboldt State. I saw him 2 years later. Oh my goodness. He was a
Did you think he was a Rasta after that? Yeah.
I don't know if he could even think anymore.
Oh man.
Yeah, no, I knew a couple people that went to Humboldt and came back one came back a rocket scientist and the other came back just like yeah, I have no idea. Yeah.
I mean, it was like he blew all his circuit breakers or something. He was just a shell of his former self.
Well, that's good for some people.
Yeah.
When they lose their ego,
right?
Because the ego is a big thing that protects people, but sometimes that dwindles the ego and shows the true self. But the true self is different for everybody.
Right.
And sometimes blowing the ego could be a good thing, but sometimes it can be a bad thing too. So.
Yeah, he wasn't somebody that you thought had a big ego before he went. And I guess he came back with no ego.
Yeah, maybe that was the problem.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, no, I knew a lot of people that went up there with big egos and came back really mellow, humble people. And then I know people that went into the Marine Corps with a opposite problem, that went in the Marine Corps with no ego and came back with like a super ultra ego. And actually buff too. So, so they had the guns to back it up.
Right.
So, okay, I think
Belushi.
he's like his ghost keeps on entering and.
Belushi's ghost.
Says he's muted.
Muted.
Oh shit! That scared the hell out of me. So I'm starting to wonder if my roommate is pranking me about this whole Bible thing.
Bernie? Maybe.
But she wouldn't. She's not like that though.
No.
You'd be surprised how roommates punk you sometimes.
I mean, well, G. Ross kind of knows my roommate a little bit.
She's awesome.
She's a great. But y'all don't know her like when she gets to drinking and she gets in a pissy mood. But I couldn't imagine she would do something this important or something like that towards something that I consider important.
Well, I think it's a cricket punking you because the cricket is awfully. It's shouting at you.
I know, right?
That's a serious cricket.
He wants me to keep it down because I'm keeping the ladies away.
No, I think it might want to mate with you, maybe.
Wow.
As long as he turns his camera off, I'm good with it.
It's like when you take the Chicago
There's
Bulls.
two Belushis.
But yeah, it's like when you take the Chicago Bulls logo and turn it upside down.
Oh, I haven't done that in a while. I totally forgot what that.
Wait, what does that one look like? I probably forgot.
A robot's fucking a crab.
Oh,
Man,
do you guys go?
That's a hell of a Rorschach test.
No, what about the Wolverine one? Wolverine's face looks like two Batmans kissing.
Oh, that one's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no way this is accident. This Chicago Bulls.
What?
Bring it up so I can see it.
Yeah. That's got to be on purpose. It's too perfect.
Favorite's still the Jesuit.
I know.
My favorite's still the Jesuit
and when they're
one.
playing, they have them back to back on the ring, and you're like looking at one, and then you're looking at the other, and you're like, "What the fuck?"
Here, let me share.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Man, this like I get the whole browser like free, call in or whatever, like web conference, but this thing sucks. No offense.
Right on. We've been bouncing around between Zoom and this and Brave. Zoom is one of the
Wait.
Yeah.
So the robot is at the top?
Okay, turn it upside down. That's Chicago Bulls,
Holy
but
crap.
Yeah.
That's not a crab. That's obscene.
That's the Pope. That's the Pope butt fucking Pepe.
Wait, well, so is the robot angry?
A little bit.
Hey,
no.
G. Ross, show them the Jesuit one.
What's the Jesuit one?
You remember?
No. I forgot. Tell me. Give me another hint.
Well, I showed it in the show. The Jesuit, the black sun with the IHS in the middle.
Oh, yeah.
You guys know what that looks like? Because I'm from Chicago. That Bulls logo.
Yeah.
That looks like he's at a pulpit reading the Devil Book.
Yeah.
Oh,
like
I was just looking at that part.
That's a good one. So if you turn the Jesuit symbol upside down.
Can you do it?
Let me see.
It's the one with the black sun.
Yep.
Black-eyed sun, as a one to take away the rain. Sorry.
It's on the Jesuit Wikipedia page, right on the top.
Yeah, but turning it upside down is going to take effort. Let me do it.
You don't have a
How
snip
did
tool?
you turn that one upside down?
It was already pre-done for me by Googling or something.
Oh.
That's all right.
Use your snip tool.
I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do it.
This is some bullshit.
All right. right, let me copy.
Plus the other thing, people, I might have forgot to mention this. My roommate has a bad habit of moving shit around.
Upper left. There you go.
Well, at least you're not Helen Keller. Yeah, imagine if you were Helen Keller and her roommate left the plunger in the toilet.
Oh, wait, hold on. Did y'all ever go down the rabbit hole where she was actually a Luciferian?
I've seen that. I didn't go down the rabbit hole, but I've seen that stated a couple of times.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm starting to wonder if she was even blind and deaf.
well, how'd she burn her ear?
Maybe somebody got mad at her and burnt it for her.
She answered the iron.
Well, you don't have to turn it upside down. You can just tell them if you.
I have it upside down. Can you see it?
That's not upside down.
Oh, I was holding the phone to my ear by habit.
Yeah, it's upside down.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
I'm not showing the right screen. Sorry. I thought I was sharing the whole screen. Hold on. Let me do a better job. Share entire screen.
Well, yeah, it looked like shit the way you were doing before.
That's right. what I was thinking.
That's right. That's what it says.
Yep. Did we lose Belushi again? He's got the. We'll have to do Zoom whenever we got Belushi.
Man, I really like that Bible too. Just a bitch.
I don't think you weren't streaming this image. I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think I was. I messed up. I nominate that we do final rounds, final thoughts.
Well, for my final thought, I done found all kind of books I haven't even read yet, except for the one I'm looking for.
That's a good one, Black Yoda. Norm?
What? No, I'm reading the I'm reading the comments. Something about aliens, penis sucking, blood. What?
Aliens, penis sucking the blood out of cows' ass. What does Norm know? There's
okay, that is not my. Okay, hold on. Let me get back to the alien.
Here, let me.
I got test 1, test 2. All right. Those are okay. They were doing science experiments. Yeah, that's it. That's what happened. But I had nothing to do with it. But they were from Zeta Reticuli. I do admit to that we're from the same neighborhood, but just don't judge me by my neighborhood.
Fair.
All right. There's the non-beer background. All right.
Hey, G. Ross, you said you have the 1611 Bible, right?
Nope, I do not. I can look it up, I think.
No. I got mine sitting right here.
Yeah.
But here, let me go where some light is up. I was gonna give you a quick example of. I'm just gonna open it up to a random ass page.
Right on. You want that to be your closing thought?
I want to find one. It's just the way the fonts are and how they change compared to my other one, and the spellings are different in a weird way.
I know about that.
Wait, hold on. I accidentally turned to the book of Job by accident. And keep in mind, this book doesn't even have numbers.
Nice.
I do like the book of Job. That's like
So do I. I just thought it was funny that out of all the books I could open up to randomly, literally the first page of the book of Job. That's funny. It's just a hard book to read. That's all.
Well, no, Job is all about like karma, in a certain degree. Give to the Lord.
I just remember that one part in Job that really stood out to me, where God was like, "Dude, do you know who I am?"
Right.
for like 70 verses, bro.
He's like, hitch up your britches like a man. We're gonna talk.
I kind of read it like, do you know who I used to be?
Nah, dude, there's a chapter. I forget which what the numbers are for that.
I see your
But for
point,
like
Norm.
70 verses, he's just ripping into Job. I'm the one that made the mountains, and I'm the one that blah blah blah. I mean, he's just going off.
That's kind of what Norm just said.
Oh, is it? Is it?
Well,
I'm still
in a
looking
way,
around.
he's like he's doing the greatest hits.
Yeah.
Well, okay, let me say something about that, because I sometimes think, like, you fast forward a few thousand years later, and you got empire going on, and here comes Rabbi, right?
Oh,
Jesus is hanging out, and they're calling him teacher. And if you look at all of his miracles, they're all like, only the closest like 10 or 15 or 20 people would see it. Like the water at the wine, at the wedding, not everybody even knew that happened. There's all this
Mary was kind of pissed off at Jesus
Right.
for doing that. Mary was like going, "Oh my God, why did you do that?" Yeah,
Yep.
but you're
Mary
right.
was the prudest whore ever.
right. But like, yeah, she had to be. She was hot. But like a lot of his miracles would tie into the older miracles, like But look at Elijah and Elisha. They part the river instead of the giant sea. Like everything keeps getting smaller and closer and more personal, if that makes sense. So pretty soon it's at the level of like a coin magician on Manhattan, right? Just, hey, watch the red card.
Hey, watch me walk on water here.
Yep. Well, and that was really private.
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But
the whole fish and the bread thing. There was a lot of people around for that.
Yeah, but if you weren't paying attention, you might not have realized that the feast givers weren't prepared. Like you might have just not noticed, and they were all kind of sweating it out, but it worked out.
Yeah. Well,
True.
I don't know if you've ever been at an event where like, it was almost like that's what they wanted to make Woodstock about, or all these people showed up to Woodstock, and all of a sudden there's more people than they had prepared for, but everybody was happy. And I always thought like Woodstock was kind of like, that whole thing.
Interesting, yeah.
I got a question since y'all bring that up. When it comes to the number of people, were there more people at Woodstock versus J6?
No.
Oh, J6 was huge.
Oh,
That's what I was thinking.
That's where my head went, Black Yoda.
Thank you.
Exactly
Thank
what
you
you just said. I was thinking to myself, when we have a mass movement of people that large, when was the last time?
Right.
I think Woodstock was what, Norm, under 1 million. I think J6 was a couple million, right?
Yeah, I put it at 2 million.
Yeah. So what you have is you again have, if you want to really go into it, you have the experiments of LSD in the 60s and what they were trying to do when they were trying to enact the color revolution back then, versus now. Now you've had a population that's doubled or tripled in the last 50, 60, 70, 80 years. But you still have the same mobilization of people. Now you're using a tactic that the CIA was trying to use back then in the 60s, but the inverse of that happening with Trump.
Right.
Yeah, but they actually, J6 was more like Kent State. They were trying to do a Kent State sort of thing.
Yeah.
Which came after Woodstock.
Yeah. I'm just talking about it in terms of mobilization, like gathering that amount of people in a single place for a single event.
Yeah,
I mean, that is massive movement of energy and people, and that takes effort, man.
Yes.
Like, DJing all around the world, but up and down the coasts of California. I mean, if you get 3, 4, 5,000 people at a party or a festival, like that's a win. Right. Imagine 2 million fucking people.
And see, I don't even know what the coordination was like for that, but we all saw what they did afterwards. They put up that fence. Oh, they didn't like seeing that shit.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, and that cricket wants to get laid so bad. I mean,
that horny ass cricket, dude. Don't be cock blocking the crickets, dude.
Yeah, and don't eat the cricket, by the way.
Yeah, I don't need that chitman.
I do know I'm a vegetarian, right?
Yeah, we know, Black Yoda.
Eat your bugs.
Eat your,
you know who
eat
these
your
crickets
bugs
really
and be happy. Pay your social security and your taxes. You will own nothings. You
and
own
little Miss
nothings.
Muppet was sitting on a tuppet eating her curves and waves. And along came a spider and she ate it. She ate it.
You know, Norm is like a true autist. Like he literally it was like reference like a bedtime story and be like, yo, this is what you're really telling your child at night.
Sorry, my mind works differently than a lot of people.
Well,
eating your curds and whey. You know what's funny? You know what's funny about that, Norm? My dad was born in Brazil. His father was born in England. So my father grew up in the Bahamas, but then later on went to boarding school in the East Coast in Jersey. He went to Lawrenceville, and he used to tell me bedtime stories. But he didn't because English is a second language for him. Like, well, he can't vote still to this day, but he speaks Portuguese, Spanish, and English. And he, when he used to tell me bedtime stories at night, he would fuck it up. He would just fill in the gaps and make shit up. So when I go to tell my kids bedtime stories, they're like, Dad, awesome. That's not how it goes. I'm like, well, that's how I was taught that it went. You know what I mean? So it's like that it's kind of funny because it's like, that language barrier or that gap in culture. That's why I'm such a culture guy. I'm like so focused on it.
You mean Little Miss Muffet didn't eat the spider?
Yeah, exactly.
And then so she ate the she swallowed after she swallowed the spider. What she swallowed to eat the spider?
I'll tell you this, Norm.
That was
everything is mucaku, which is monkey in Portuguese. It's like everything, and I call my kids monkeys. He called us monkeys. Everything's monkeys. Like we're all monkeys. That's
awesome.
But
so it's like if you had to fill in the gap, he'd be like a monkey came along and fucking did this.
But no, there's an old lady that swallowed a fly. Oh my, she might die, and then she swallowed the spider to eat the fly. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Sort of.
Okay.
I think there was a monkey involved, though.
That. Hey, Belushi, let me ask you a question real quick.
Sure.
So there's times where I like to listen to music in different languages, and one of my favorite people is Portuguese.
Yeah.
And I never knew how to pronounce her name. It's spelled C-E-U, and it has like some kind of hyphen mark over the E.
C-E-U. Like sail.
Something like that. Dude, she has some really good music. It's got that sultry
Black Yoda. I haven't been doing it consistently, but when I do an industry night, like when I'm on the decks, a lot of the produced music, like one of the guys that I actually got on in LA, now he's part of a pretty big label. It's all Brazilian booty bass house shit. So like the music that's coming out of Brazil in the last like 5-10 years, in terms of like deep fucking dance house, it's not even house. It's not like old school house. It's its own category. I play a lot of that stuff. I mean, like they're very musical people. Like they like the motion of the body and moving. You know what I mean? And it's energy. It's energy, and it's something different.
She's not house funk. She's more like a sultry jazz Sade kind of style.
Okay.
But she's got more funk than Sade. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you can hear it in her voice, dude. Her shit is on point. I don't even know what the fuck she's talking about.
Right.
and and it's smooth and sexy to me. You know what I
No,
mean?
absolutely. Yeah.
She's one of my favorite out of everybody.
One of the things about Brazilians is they love sweet over the top sweet, like even all the fruit, everything that they consume, in that region of the world, like they have like talk about like the land of fruit and nuts, like California.
Right.
Like their fruit is, and the things that they like consume and that they love to have is like over the top, over sweet, and motion and body and in the streets, like Brazilians love, but also Brazilians are like, they're kind of savages, like they just want to fuck and like eat food and like, you know what I mean, like they're very.
I didn't know that their food was sweet like that. I wouldn't last very long. I'm diabetic.
Not the general cuisine, like feijoada, like like we have a family recipe that we make that's like a black bean stew. It's kind of it's actually from the Afro Brazilians, so the Africans that came over, not the Portuguese, but the Africans who came over to Brazil. It's a peasant dish, but like the fruit, I'm talking about the fruit,
right?
Like and the style, like sort of almost a European style. Like you have a really light breakfast, or you don't even eat breakfast, but then you have like a really heavy lunch and then have a siesta. And like you especially on Saturdays, that's like the day of feijoada. Like you eat you cook all morning, and it's a big event. Everyone comes over, and by 2:00 you're taking a nap. You know what I mean? Then you get up 5 or 6, and then you go out and you dance and party all night. It's like that, and in a lot of places in Europe.
So, are they caramelizing their fruit?
No, this is just off the vine.
Oh, okay. I thought you were meaning that they were.
I'm not saying it's something special. Like they're like like the Koreans, how they make kimchi and shit like that. No, it's like
right.
literally fresh. Like,
I mean, that's the best way. That's God's way.
It's different in Rio de Janeiro than it is from São Paulo, than it is from different parts of Brazil. So you have to understand that, like, it's just like America. There's diversity within dialect. There's diversity within food, culture, tradition, but it's all rooted in the same thing, right? Like you might be in Texas and I might be up in the Midwest, but we're probably going to celebrate 4th of July in a similar fashion.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Except I have to say, if you don't have chili with beans, you're not eating chili.
Exactly. No, I'll take it a step farther. If you ain't having chili with cornbread, you fucking up in life.
Hangton Alien
I'm
Surfer,
sorry, if you don't put honey on your fried chicken, then I can't talk.
I have to jump in on the chili thing, because you know how it's really hard to find a recanter of a religion, like somebody who converts and then unconverts. When it comes to chili, I used to believe exactly what you just said, but then I moved back to Texas and I converted. Chili, if you put beans in it, it's meat soup with beans. It's not chili. I just have to say that.
Well, as a vegetarian, that's kind of like I have to. And then I use that Beyond Meat as a substitute.
Dude, don't eat that shit.
Yeah,
man.
Thank you, Belushi.
I know, but keep in mind, I used to eat meat. So for me...
Yeah, but you might still be eating meat.
Y'all know I'm smart. Y'all know I'm smart.
Hey, what's wrong with cricket chili?
Norm, I feel like I came hard on that chili thing. I was trying to be funny and it fell flat.
No, I understand. Yeah, and I like purple Otter Pops, but I kind of like the green ones better.
Yeah, you got me.
And we can go Sir Isaac Lime or Alexander the Grape. I don't,
Yes.
My sister liked the Little Orphan Orange, and I didn't judge her for that. But you're fine. I don't judge.
Yep.
I got an Otter Pop comment. I gotta bring this up before I ever forget for the rest of my life. When I was a kid, I remember cutting the sides of my mouth trying to rip those bitches open. Right?
Yep.
Did you know you could just snap them in half?
When they're cold?
Yeah.
I think I found that out late.
I never knew that.
Well, yeah, some people are latecomers about that knowledge, but
yeah, I did not know that for a long time.
Dude, I don't know how many times I cut the sides of my lip trying to rip one of those bitches open.
What does it have? Does it have a perforation halfway up it or something?
No, it's just because it's frozen solid. That because of the pressure and you're strong enough to get past that pressure, the plastic just snaps.
Yep.
You could just go into the kitchen junk drawer and get the scissors that your mom cuts the poop off the dog's butt
the
with.
dingleberry scissors?
And just cut them in half too.
What comedian?
What a concept! Dingleberry scissors.
Yeah. Well, you guys all had them when you were growing up, right? Or am I just old? But
I didn't have them. I didn't have them, but the dog did.
Right.
No, there was a comedian that wasn't a Black Yoda original. There's a comedian out there, thin white guy. I can't think of his name, but he was talking about how his mom would use those scissors for everything.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, because we all look the same.
Haircuts.
Yoda.
You know,
the Volcats.
Popsicles. And I remember him saying, "Mom is trying to use the dingleberry scissors again." Dude, I thought that was the funniest shit.
He might have been my brother. Or I've done stand up, but I think I recognize what you're saying, and I think that maybe that's where I manifested that from. But yeah, he's the same guy that went out and was like, "Hey, here's to all the oldest children. Who's the oldest here in the crowd?" And he's like, "Hey, yeah, yay for you." And who's the baby in the crowd? Yay for you. Who's the middle child? And it was like, nobody cares about you.
You know what? You might be right.
Yeah, he was on gosh, what was that guy's name? I know who you're talking about, and that's probably where I manifested that whole dingleberry thing. I didn't say dingleberry. You guys said dingleberry. I just said the kitchen.
Duffy brought that word in, and some people don't know that word. You ever come across
I didn't
people?
bring that word in.
You first mentioned it.
You never had a dingleberry?
About something else, but I
used to refer to them as Klingons on Uranus.
Yep.
Yeah.
What do you mean used to?
Okay, whatever. They're on the starboard side, by the way, of Uranus. Wow. That's where the Klingons hide on Uranus, is the starboard.
I have a
if you have them on the other side, you might have a problem.
No, I have a dog that's real shaggy, so I always run into that like once every 2 months or so, where I got to just go in there deep, people, and just trim the whole butt area. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, there is something called Manscaped, and this is not like a.
I'm talking about my dog, bro. God, wow.
You can manscape your dog. Just takes a while.
That's what I was saying, but I have a special pair of scissors that I use for that. You know what I mean?
You know what I have, Black Yoda? It's called the lawnmower. No, seriously, it's a razor. It's like electric, like it's called the lawnmower, and it's got all these settings and shit. They literally give you a newspaper. It's called like the Balls Times, and so you can literally put your hair on the newspaper.
Wow.
Right? Yeah.
You fucking dingleberry free, bro.
Well, yeah, and there's no weeds in your underwear.
Yeah, exactly.
Right,
you know what? The lawn's been mowed.
Yeah, I used to get a weed eater for that.
I'm gonna just throw this out there, G. Ross. I think we went off topic a little bit, bro.
We started the evening
talking about
reading.
God, now we're talking about balls.
Yeah, we started with the Bible. We're a little far from there. No, there's
actually, how the devil works.
Yeah,
the devil is real slick with it, bro. He's real.
You guys were talking earlier. You guys were talking about the library, right?
Right.
Yeah. There's no way in hell that the fucking powers that be, the occult, and by occult I mean secret knowledge,
right?
That they allowed the library to be burned to the ground without getting all of those scrolls out of there first, and creating a quote unquote the OG false flag around that whole thing.
Yep.
And when the Israelites were told by Jesus that they are not to fornicate with foreign nations and go out and spread their seed, what did they do? They defied the Son of the Lord, and they went out and they spread their seed, and they bled the bloodlines.
Right.
And that's why you have division in Palestine and Israel. That's why you have the misinterpretation of the books of the Bible and the stories that accompany them. Because what you have is humans being humans. These guys were like, he's like, no, you will follow my leadership, and you will follow the word, you will follow the scripture.
Right.
And what did they do? They were given the gift. And they went out and they fucked everything that was moving.
Right.
That's what happened. Let's not mince words about what happened with the Israelites.
Right.
And so this idea that the Jewish people are the chosen, they were, and they fucked up.
Correct.
So now we find ourselves in a position where we have an opportunity to correct that. But people don't have this knowledge. They don't understand that this is what God's vision was. And if you don't align with God's vision, especially at this time and day, now that we're in basically Revelations, you are not going to be okay in the eyes of the Lord. I'm sorry. You're not.
Okay, but you talk about Revelations right there. And I always thought about this is like every culture wants to believe they're in Revelations. And we are actually really close to being in Revelations with the whole Israel thing. But is that like a counterfeit versions of Revelations? Because after like World War II, they were trying to create Revelations by creating the state of Israel. So is that a counterfeit version of it? Like, they're trying to manifest Revelations.
Well, now you're getting into the Khazarian Jews and the defection from Russia. Look at what's going on in Ukraine right now.
Well, yeah, but they're doing the digital currency. They're doing they're doing all this stuff. But are they trying to manifest?
Yes.
I believe so. Yes.
I hate to say it. Yeah, it's like de-evolution. God made man, and he used a monkey and do it.
Well, let me throw this out there real quick.
Yeah.
So, I honestly feel like we're at the beginning of Revelations, but it's my opinion that the devil is trying to take us out before Jesus takes him out.
Remember, he gave him dominion. Why was that?
No, I know about that, but I'm saying, like, when I say he's trying to take us out, I think he might look at it from the point of view of what's the point in taking me out if your people aren't even here anymore?
Well, he
think about what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, no, I actually just that was hard hitting there. That was good.
Yeah,
why would he position it that way?
But I think he cheated because he gave in order to do that, he gave mankind free will, right?
Free will, yeah.
Right.
And but that's what manifested the ego for him to manipulate the ego. And then there's the true self behind the ego, and the mankind has to like try to fight with the ego to like find out if this is like a good thing or a bad thing. But the ego is also protective. But then the computers were created, and then that gave the ego the avatar, which separated it even more to be anonymous, like an anonymous ego, like Lucy's
not even that, a conduit to act how you want to act.
Exactly, like your assistant that keeps on fucking with me. But okay, I'm getting deep here.
Go. This is why we even have this.
Yeah. Okay. So the avatar is almost a loophole to the free will thing like the ego was almost.
No, you
Because-
can't say it like that because if I posted something right now, that doesn't come from the avatar; it comes from me.
Well, yeah, you, but there's
What
the
he's saying
millennials.
is
The millennials
there
are
was a
not
layer
like
created
Right.
that allowed
yeah.
people. Yeah. Go ahead, Zorn.
It's a loophole. It's a loophole, and I'm not talking about you, Black Yoda.
No, I know. I just was making
Even
a point.
though your avatar is Black Yoda, but we know you as Stephen Ty Turner, like Hangton Alien Surfer is just like a puppet to Norm.
Right.
But we are old enough to know that. But the next generation gets the dopamine hit from being this
gotcha.
avatar, and even some of them are even doing like this augmentations to their bodies right now.
Yeah.
They're doing augmentations to their bodies.
Have you seen the TikTok kids with the elf ears and the
Right.
fucking...
Oh yeah, and I've talked to people that have done this, and it's because they are fucking like D&D nerds. When they were growing up, they're very smart, very nice kids, and I've talked to kids that have augmented their bodies because they thought that made them cool, but they felt when they're growing up they're nerds,
Right.
and they wanted to be accepted,
So
no matter what it took,
Norm.
and yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I was gonna interject because this is what we're seeing with the whole transhumanist movement. And when
Exactly.
I say transhumanist movement, it's all encompassing of chop your dick off, you feel like you're a girl. Well,
Right.
a 6-year-old who watched fucking Frozen might think that that's cute, and he's like, I want to wear a dress like the girl on Frozen. He's 6. Let him, and if that's the case, like I'm using an example from my own son's life right now. Like he's 3. He really liked Frozen for a couple weeks.
Right.
And he was like, "Oh, mommy, let me put a dress on." And I was like, hold on. I'm
Right.
texting her. This is fucking bullshit.
Oh
And,
man, you almost made me spit up my
mean
drink.
that doesn't mean that he's gay and we're gonna chop his dick off.
Right.
It just means he
Yeah.
liked the movie
Right.
and fucking, was trying to emulate the character.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So it's like allowing these kids to make these type of life-changing decisions. It literally going against God's design.
Yes.
Correct.
Going against God's design, his perfect design. That is the inversion, and that is Satan and
Right.
the devil working in our everyday lives to try to mock God. That is his number one fucking focus, is to
Dude,
mock
haven't
God.
you seen some of these drag queen story time people
Horns.
dressing like Lucifer or Satan or the devil?
Baphomet. Yeah.
Yeah, well, who's the rapper who's giving fucking Satan a lap dance with the fucking
Nas X.
Yeah, fuck that motherfucker.
Dude, did you see the horns? Wait, G Ross, before you go.
Yeah.
It's somewhere on my Black Yoda page, but you might have an easier time just Googling it. Dude, they came out with
G Ross, are you leaving?
Yeah. This got interesting, so I'm awake again. I was getting sleepy.
Oh, okay.
Dude, they literally came out with some tennis shoes that are hooved in the front
with
of where your
fucking
toes
baby
are.
blood in the fucking heels, dude.
No. That's a different shoe.
Yeah,
This one is hooved in the front, so when you put them on, it makes it look like you have a hooved foot, even though it's a tennis shoe.
Right, with cloven feet.
Yeah. Dude, these motherfuckers aren't even trying to hide no more.
Yeah,
that's the thing. They're not. It's all out in the open, and this is why we all.
It's a pan thing.
Well, no. This is why we all pull.
Yeah.
No, hold on a second. This is what Black Yoda makes an excellent point. This is why we all pull our hair out. Tell me 3 years ago, if the shit we're seeing right now, people will be walking up and down the street and going, "Yeah, that's fucking normal."
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, COVID. All of a sudden, anything goes.
Right.
Perfect design by the deep state.
And tell you the truth, I was in Midsummer Night's Dream and I played puck. It's like, and but think of
But you
Puck.
didn't know any better. It's not like you knew any better.
Well,
You know
no,
what I mean?
this is Shakespeare, but think of his closing soliloquy. Um, yeah.
Shakespeare was CIA.
Yes.
Well, but no, think of his closing soliloquy, and I'm trying to think of it right now, but of course, this is freaking 30 years ago, and I've been drinking, but and as the heavy plowwind soars, and the wolf behowls the moon, um, if these shadows have offended, think but this, and all is mended. That you have but slumbered here, why these visions did appear. Um,
If I remember right, didn't Pan fuck with shit? Wasn't he a
called
trickster?
Puck, yes, but else call Puck a liar call. Why? Oh God,
It's on the
okay.
screen if you want to see it.
I've been drinking a lot. Okay, and it was 30 years ago. But
Shocker.
yeah, but if we shadows have offended, think but this, and all is mended. But you have but slumbered here, while these visions did appear. And this week,
An idle thing.
yeah, go ahead and read it. I can't. But
It's too
but
small
no,
for me to read.
Let me zoom in some more.
no, I can read it, but I can't. I've been drinking, but look at this from William Shakespeare from the 17 or 1600, whatever.
Yep.
But think about today.
No, it all applies. Like there's a lot of things you could overlay with the past to right now. There's a lot of things. And you know what? I'm a look this one up. I haven't even thought of going down Shakespeare Avenue and comparing
But
like some of the things that
Puck
he
had
was.
the he was he wasn't a minotaur, he was a half, he was a
He was
pan.
half goat. He was half goat.
Let me alter that slightly, Black Yoda. It's always the same.
Right.
It's always been going on in the same loop over and over and over.
Good
and over
point.
and over
Good
again.
point.
Well, which
Good
is
point.
why, Belushi, when you say Shakespeare is CIA, it's hilarious. It's also true.
Yeah,
I thought it was, dude. That was pure comedy to me. I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah,
It's
that's
both.
what I'm saying.
Hey, G-Ross.
I thought that the vision of the shoes just reminded me of the costume I wore.
Hey, G-Ross, you remember what I said about Shakespeare the other night?
That he's not Francis Bacon.
Yeah, supposedly the leading theory is that he was the 18th Earl of Oxford,
Right.
de Vere. I forget what his first name was.
Yeah,
so
Duppy's right on point with that.
Essentially, he's part of the royalty.
Yep, he was inserted, just like fucking what's his name on CNN, the Vanderbilts, fucking
the white haired dude.
Anderson Cooper.
Anderson Cooper.
Yes.
The same idea. So it just gets
Yeah.
repurposed, recycled. Names change, just like the Paysayers and the French. When the French royalty, when his mother and father were killed in front of him, and then he was brought to America and then changed his name, and then they aligned with the Rothschilds and then built the rails. Like it's the same idea.
Belushi hasn't seen my first show yet.
Okay, yeah, I gotta watch it.
Hey Romeo, what time you going to bed?
I don't know. I love you.
Norm Romeo. That's awesome. The first episode. There's been 4 of them now, right, Duppy?
Yeah.
They tend to be 3 or 4 hours long, Belushi, and the
I
first
caught the first one and part of the second one, and dude, you were going there, bro.
Yeah,
you were. I was impressed.
Thank you.
But actually,
but Duppy knows what I'm talking about because he's looked into this
Yeah.
stuff just as I have for fucking 20 years now.
Yep.
Like the bloodlines are everything. These people operate in generations at three at a time, and we're fighting a generational battle right now. And I was talking about this last night in the locker room. We have to start to fight in 3 generations to counter their fucking offensive.
I don't know if you know this, Belushi, but the kind of stuff that me and G. Ross talks about on the show that we do on Wednesdays. Dude, I
AKA
was talking.
today.
We've been talking about how
That
these
would be
same
tonight.
bloodlines,
Right.
these same bloodlines are descendants of Cain, bro.
Yeah. Well, no, they're descendants of all sorts.
Well,
I mean,
Right.
and you can actually tie Trump's bloodline back to Jah. I mean, to Jesuit. But like the Jesuits, just like every other organization, was corrupted.
Right.
Right. So like if you peel it back and you understand
I
what
think the Jesuits started out corrupt.
Well, okay. You know what? I'm glad you brought that up because you just reminded me of something that G. Ross and I talked about a few weeks ago. G. Ross, you remember the lady that Jesus didn't want to help
Right.
because
The
she was a
Samaritan.
Canaanite?
Or yeah, the Canaanite. Yeah.
Just because somebody is a Canaanite doesn't necessarily mean
they're
that.
bad.
Right.
Yeah. So to
Exactly.
bring
Well,
up Trump like that, I'm still on the fence about that kind of shit because I do know about what you're talking about.
but do
Yeah.
you remember the story of the Good Samaritan and why Sumerians were actually evil people?
Right.
Like Conan the Barbarian was a Sumerian.
Exactly.
And the story of the Good Samaritan in the Bible
Wait.
was about.
You guys are mixing up two different cultures. Conan was a Cimmerian. It's spelled Cimmerian. The Samaritan story is Samar.
Was that lost in translation, or is that?
It just
Uh,
it's
I'll
just
say
that the
this.
pronunciation is similar, so
But
people get them mixed up.
okay, but were they bad people? Okay, because you're teaching me something right now, and I always thought the story of the Good Samaritan was somebody that thought like a bad don't think of them because of their culture.
Well,
Right.
remember when the
Um,
Israel split off from Judah, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
The northern kingdom. After the northern kingdom got exiled to Assyria, it became the people that were left behind were the Samaritans.
Right.
So they were Canaanites.
Yeah.
But the Conan the Barbarian, the Cimmerians, were like the Scythians.
They're like an offshoot.
Okay, with Conan, I made a bad. Okay.
But
reference.
There is a theory out there that's very interesting that the exiled people from northern Israel, because the Assyrians conquered them and exiled them out of there, became. Some people think they became the Cimmerians.
Okay, but the Syrians, I grew up with a lot of Syrians, and like the Armenians I live around now, they were exiled. Okay, they were very they were living in the Middle East, but they were not exiled, but they were very frowned upon because they were Christian. They were both Christian, and they're not Muslim.
Now,
And
when I said Assyrians, that's different than modern day Syrians.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to interject with.
And I'm getting confused. Okay,
you are
sorry,
getting confused, Norm, because we're talking about
I'm
ancient
drinking.
basic principles of how the foundation was formed versus what it is today.
Yeah,
and that's completely different.
In the Conan movie, didn't he in the end kill that big ass serpent?
Yeah.
That was a heathen. Yeah, that was.
But think about the bad guy in that movie, Thulsa Doom, with the snake god and all that crap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's not terribly dissimilar.
Right.
Yeah, but all I was saying is like, don't judge a book by its cover. Was
right. That's the point of the Good Samaritan. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Because the Samaritan was thought to be bad at the time. And I made the mistake of bringing up Conan before. So forget about that. But think about that original point. But I was.
So one of the things I heard Belushi kind of chime on, and this is something Black Yoda and I were exploring. It's like, I'm not going to hand my genes over to 23andMe to find anything out. I wouldn't believe a word they would say, and I don't want to give away easy access to my DNA antenna anyway. But I'm never going to know my bloodlines, how pure they are or are not Canaanite blood. You know what I'm saying?
What does it really matter?
I don't think it does.
And that's what I said. That's what I was
It
going to say.
actually does matter.
Who cares?
Well, that's what I want to hear
Yeah,
about.
yeah. I was about to go there
Belushi.
too, Belushi, because
Belushi, tell
Why,
us.
it's
why
the
does
reason
it?
why.
I want to
it's
know
the-
why it matter. Why it should matter to us when we know it matters to them.
Because all right, you got the physical aspect of the difference
Go ahead,
between
Black Yoda.
RH positive, RH negative. You have
I'm
physically
RH negative.
different.
My grandmother and my mother, and I
You have
know
physical
my purity
differences
bloodline back
in
to
the
the
blood type.
1500s in Ireland.
Right.
Like,
If it
on
wasn't,
that side of my bloodline,
Okay.
we've done work on it.
Okay.
now
It
I
matters.
honestly believe
Does
these
that
are
imply you're
markers.
not your own person?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it matters the lineage, because and I touched on this, and I thought it was Sunday. I was going to come on Saturday and talk about this, but and I'm going to let Black Yoda sound off on this. But I know for a fact that within your bloodline, you will, and we're watching it right now. The weaker bloodlines are being bled out through COVID.
Well,
through
let me
all the
hit y'all
bullshit.
with some science. Let me hit y'all with some science real quick. So RH negative is built like a tank. RH positive, and what I mean by that is everything is on the inside of the blood cell. So it's hard to get into that blood cell to like do damage to it, right? RH positive, all of your shit, a good portion of your shit is on the outside of the blood cell. The receptors and fucking all that goofy shit that can get hit with the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? It's the
Right, so
difference
it's hardy.
between a
Yeah,
tank
there's
and an
more. There
open
people
bed.
are more susceptible. That's why they fucking went on the bloodline with the
Yes,
vaccine.
yes. And so then you got your A, B, and fucking O and all that shit. It's almost like dog tags.
Well,
So granted, you still get your
actually, the Germans used to tattoo the blood type in their soldiers, in the armpit of their soldiers.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, they used to
That was a
tattoo.
thing?
Yes, it was.
That's not going to be a comfortable place to get some ink done.
It was called a blood. Gosh, what was it called?
Wait, where they put the tattoo?
In the armpit of their, I believe it was left shoulder.
It's like cattle.
Yeah.
Why would they put it on a sensitive part like that? Like what the fuck?
That would hurt.
I don't know. You can look up the blood group. Oh gosh.
All I
Maybe-
know is
maybe
I don't
it's
want
so
to.
if your
I don't
arm
want a
gets
Nazi
blown off,
tattoo
it's
artist
still
the next
there.
time I get a tattoo.
Right.
But no, they used to also tattoo the serial number of Jews. They were very into tattoos, but the SS used blood group tattoo or something like that. I don't know what. But they used to tattoo the blood type, but okay, somebody fact check me on this because I'm drunk and I almost believe I remember reading
At this point in the game, I don't even want somebody else's blood. Give me coconut water. I'm good.
Well, all I know is I'm O positive, and apparently I'm a universal donor.
Right.
And
you have the most common blood type.
Well, because I'm mutt.
Yeah.
And they call me freaking. They used to call me all the time.
No. It's not that O is common. It's O can be shared with the different A's and B's.
Well, yeah,
It's compatible, but it's still
I'm a
common.
mutt.
It's the most common blood type. That doesn't
I'm a
change.
mutt too, and I'm also a mutt, and I can be like it can be shared with everybody. And they used to call me freaking monthly and beg for my blood. I'm serious. When I was in college, I went to a blood drive, and they're like, "Oh, you have perfect blood." Yeah, and they used to offer me pints of ice, pint for a pint. We'll give you a pint.
Oh, what was the last thing they offered ice cream for? Was it the vaccine?
Yeah,
I can't remember.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, hold on. Let's go down the list. Let's go down the
Robbins.
list. They offered ice cream. They offered burgers. They
Krispy
offered
Kremes.
French fries.
Yeah.
Krispy
Krispy
Kreme.
Kremes. They almost
Wait,
got
hold on. Let me bring up the best one. Let me bring up the best one.
When I was in college, they used to.
Wait.
They wanted
In
to pay me
Austria,
for my platelets.
They were offering you free women in the brothel.
That's better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that, but they in college they wanted my platelets. They used to offer me money for my platelets, and I
Okay,
refused.
so let's
Yeah.
let's break this down, Norm. Why? The reason why is they understand DNA strange, the genome, and how bloodlines work better than anybody.
Right.
Why do you think that the royalty throughout the ages was like, we have to marry this off to a cousin? We have to make a deal between the two kingdoms because this bloodline has to align with this bloodline. We have to stay pure within this bloodline. One of the things that my mother always told me was, after her and I, she's my research partner, and we did a lot of work on the bloodlines. And she's like, you don't understand. She's like, the fact that America is a melting pot doesn't matter. It's fine if you want to go, a white person wants to fuck a black person, or an Italian wants to fuck an Irish, or whatever the fuck. It doesn't matter. What it is it's taking away the purity of your lineage, your heritage, your line. And that actually matters. It matters tremendously in terms of like who's susceptible to these kind of attacks, or who's susceptible to these times of fucking vaccines, or all these things. And so the deep state understands that. And so what the deep state did was like you brought up 23andMe before.
Right.
They've been collecting data on everybody forever. And their hand got forced, and so they got sloppy, and they had to fucking push this shit out at such a rapid rate that they couldn't control it. But they understood fundamentally what they were attacking, and they were like, we know these people are susceptible to this. We've gotten this far. We're going to target that group.
Yep. But all I know is I'm a mutt. I'm a fucking mutt. And
But that gets back to my original question, which was, should that matter to us, or does it only matter to them? And I would say, based on the testimony we've heard so far, it definitely does matter to them, and it should matter to us.
It should matter
to be able to play defense against them.
Exactly.
I would say both. I would say both.
Duppy, you get it. That's
but I meant my original question was psychologically. Do you define yourself by your bloodline, or are you a strong enough individual that whatever your predecessors did, does that really matter as far as defining you?
Yes.
I want to toss it. Let's take it back to the Garden of Eden. If there's two different bloodlines, does it matter to us, or does it matter to God? That's a fair question.
You just banged it out of the park, Black Yoda. That is the only thing that matters.
Right.
But yes, it should matter. It should matter. It should be something that's important to you. It should be knowledge that you possess. And when you create children on this planet, and when you ask God for that gift to clone yourself, because that's what it is.
Right.
I have 3 boys. They're fucking clones of me. Okay? And if I'm going to continue my bloodline on this planet, I need to understand exactly what that means and how to set them in and put them in a position of power, not force, to fight against the dark forces that literally will suppress and put a boot on their neck their entire fucking lives.
So what I'm hearing you say, Belushi,
much larger conversation.
Right. So, but what you're pointing out to me, Belushi, is if we, just to steal your words, if we set them up for success, if we know how to do that, we can dig ourselves out of a hole.
Yes.
And I also want to point out, I think this is tied into the absolute biblical fact that there are multi-generational curses. I think that plays into this discussion a little bit because
of course it does.
It carries through in that bloodline sense. Yeah.
They fight
in those curses though.
Everything's in threes. They fight in threes.
Right.
So every 100 years. Think about why Trump was so adamant about calling out the Spanish flu from 1917 and 18.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, good point.
Yep.
Good point.
He put it in a full. He was like, "We're in the next cycle. This is what they did." Do you know the number one thing that killed all those people during the Spanish flu? It wasn't the Spanish flu. It was the fucking mask and the vaccine. They had a vaccine too.
Yep.
I heard it was pneumonia from the mask that was the big problem.
It was a number of things, Duppy, but yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think aspirin even played a role in it.
Wait, what was that, G Ross?
It could be that aspirin even killed a few of the people.
It wouldn't surprise me because that was a German factory when it first
Mhm.
started its shit.
I heard that I even went and bought a bottle of aspirin because I heard that it was good in case you got
Oh
COVID.
wait, not aspirin. I got that mixed up. I got that mixed up. Not aspirin, but Tylenol. The company
Well,
Tylenol.
Oh, all
Didn't
right. Yeah.
This is
Okay.
a-
I get it.
Yeah.
Not aspirin though.
The,
Aspirin's like ivermectin. It's one of those things that has
Yeah.
a lot of really beneficial uses.
It
but
is
they've
now, but I
suppressed
think
it.
when it first came out, it may have had a paradoxical effect on some people. I came across a few videos of that, like really old people talking about it.
All right, I got one cigarette left. I'm gonna go get a pack. I'll be right back.
Right
If you
on.
guys are still on, I'm gonna leave my phone because I'm only at like 5%. If you guys are still on, I'll chime in. If not, I will talk to y'all another time, people. That's not. Don't take that as a cue of shut down the shop.
Well, I do need to though. I have to
But
wake up in like
Here
3.5
comes the
hours.
the store is right around the corner from me. And
Yeah, you
Blue
go,
Sheep,
Black Yoda. We might be here. I don't know.
hey, if you guys
We'll
do
try
close
to
up
keep
shop,
them awake.
if one of y'all want to bring up this conversation on your one of your
If we,
channels,
can we move the party? I have to wake up in 3 hours and work.
Duppy, Blue Sheep, what's up?
Hey, Black Yoda, you got a channel.
I know, but I don't even know how to use the motherfucker.
oh, you have a channel now?
Yeah, he does.
You didn't know that?
They'll let anybody in here.
Yeah. The people been wanting me to start a channel for a long time. I
Basically-
didn't want the responsibility because I know there's a learning curve, and I just didn't want to take the time to learn it. You know?
Didn't one of the Matts just kind of walk up to you and go, "Dude, here's your channel. Come on."
I was trying to help somebody that blew up in my face. But
Well, no, I thought it was Craig Mason. Didn't want to give you the 10-minute timer anymore, or the 5-minute timer.
That stopped a long time ago.
Yep.
But
I know. Yeah, no, but I've talked to you about trying to help you with your own channel, but
yeah, I know.
if you guys wanted to continue this on my channel tomorrow, I do 6 o'clock Pacific time, which would be like math on other time zones, but
math o'clock.
If you guys want to continue this conversation tomorrow on my channel, I'll be more than happy to do it, because I keep the 6 o'clock time zone because that's when the Three Beer Men started.
So what time is that? What? All right. So for me,
I think it's 7 for you.
I'm 12:41 right now. What time are you?
I'm 12:42.
Well, then we're the same time. So you said 6 o'clock.
Yes, 6 o'clock on my channel. I can send you a DM.
Yeah, do that.
But it's not.
We froze. Belushi, I'm glad you explained that thing of threes, because I caught that the other day, and I get it now that you described that. That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that's interesting, G. Ross, is that
hey, I'm getting cigarettes. I'll be right back.
Do it.
All right. The thing that's interesting is that they operate in a manner that doesn't, and this is counterintuitive, actually, if you think about how these people operate and how the deep state works. Like, and when I say deep state, I mean these people who don't believe in God,
right,
but they believe in the devil. So
right,
God exists in their mind.
Mm-hmm.
So they absolutely do understand that his presence is existing.
Mm-hmm.
But their whole idea and their whole fight is to try to enter the kingdom of God.
Right.
And that's what the Nephilim was about, the hybrids. That's why when he gave dominion to Satan over the planet for 6,000 years, when he came down, he was like, all right, well, I got to get back and take the throne. How do I get into the kingdom of heaven? I can't get there because that freaking portal, that dimension, that access doesn't exist to me, because he rendered me. He basically was like, all right, you want dominion over planet Earth? Go
Mhm.
for it. I'm going
Yep.
to handcuff you to it.
Right.
And that's what he did. That is God's brilliance.
Yep.
That is how he operates. He gives you the rope.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you start to peel it back and you look at it and you understand what the fucking snake giving, Eve the fucking forbidden fruit
Right.
was the inception of pornography, basically. If you really want to take it forward, it's
Right.
like we've gotten to the point where anything goes.
Mm-hmm.
You can get a fucking prostitute fucking stripping on your kid where he paints your dick drag story time, and we're going to teach him about butt fucking, and he's 6 years old.
Right.
The quickening and the removal of the veil has been so fast and so furious that it is literally the precipice of everything in terms of humankind.
And part of
Well
that was
said.
the personal computer. Sorry, I keep on dropping it out because I was in Firefox. I'm in Safari now, so
Nice.
hopefully I won't drop out. I'm sorry, Firefox kept on clicking. But Belushi, to add to what you're saying, but part of that was the personal computer, which
Backfired.
It enriched us. Yeah. It enriched us, but think of the first personal computer with the Apple logo with a bite taken out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
And the first Apple computer was sold for $666.
Right.
If you don't believe me, look it up. And that was an Apple computer.
Right.
And a lot of people will ask me why I work on these Apple computers, but Microsoft, all computers are all evil. But they
even told you in Halloween 3 that they're all cursed.
Yeah, they are.
Well, listen, Norm. Steve Jobs, Elon Musk is a new formation of Steve Jobs.
I agree with you.
It's the same idea. It's like
I totally agree with you. He died.
This plant that rips everyone's tech off, that rips everyone's ideas off, that creates companies based on these brilliant people that were touched with this knowledge.
Yeah.
You know that Gates did the exact same thing, right?
Yeah,
well,
of course.
They
Gates
all did
too.
the same
Gates
thing.
too.
Yeah. I can tell you the whole history of that, and maybe I'll cover that on my show tomorrow. But if you guys want to come on my show tomorrow, I'll send you a link. It's the exact same link here, except for it's /Norm. That's the same link I always use, the same room.
Norm, that's a really good segue into me going to sleep. Why don't I ask everybody to do final thoughts, and we'll take it to that tomorrow. Is that cool with everybody?
Actually, it's not my show. It's actually Hank Ten's show. So
sorry, Hank Ten's show. Let me go counterclockwise from an arbitrary point. Belushi?
I don't need to plug anything. I mean, I'm around. You guys can find me. I really enjoyed the conversation. I really did. And I apologize that I wasn't here. I thought it was Sunday, and then it ended up being Saturday, and then I saw Duppy and Sunday Reggae, and I was like, fuck. I was like, did I miss the show? And I wanted to talk to you guys about this because I have a lot more to say about it. But let's get one on the books. Let's get one on the books so we can really, really dissect this in a proper manner. Because life's crazy, man. Life's crazy. I'll leave you with this as a beacon of hope. I have my son tonight, and he's sleeping on the couch. But I walked out across the alley, and I was talking to my neighbor, liberal. Everyone around me is liberal. Dude, I got a Black Lives sign matters across the street. Like, George Floyd got nuked 12 blocks from where I live. Okay. I looked at her and I walked across the alley and I go, hey, how you doing? She's like, I'm all right. And I'm like, world's crazy, huh? She goes, yeah. I go, it's fucking wild. I go, it's like people have gone completely insane. She goes, I know. She's like, everyone's crazy.
Ooh, did she
She's like,
say it? Did she say it in a Satan voice like that?
No, but no. She said it in a sweet voice, but she was like,
know.
she's an older lady. She's in her 60s, but she's like, the whole world's gone fucking mad. And I'm looking at her, and I go, yeah, it really has. I go, because we just had another neighbor move out. And then this new girl moved in. Oh my god! I mean, she's fine. She's a nice girl, but she's a nurse, and she's like wearing masks in her backyard and shit. And I'm like, yeah, we're all talking about getting together for a barbecue. Why don't you come over? She goes, I really need that. She's like, I want to come, and just I could tell that she wants to fucking spill. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
that's awesome.
And and that's where people are at. So take solace in that. Take solace in the fact that people are seeing
the world's going insane. The hills of lost. That reminds me of a Bad Religion song.
Yeah, but what the point I'm trying to make, Norm, is that people are recognizing this, and energy is moving. So I always say this, and I'll sign off with this. I mean, you guys can come by Rasa at 12 p.m. on Central Time on Sunday. Nice. I have a couple other shows that I'm doing and working on, but what's happening right now with the consciousness of humanity is a completely different thing than we were seeing 2 or 3 years ago. And once the whole COVID was introduced to the population, and the population reacted the way they did, they're starting to see that it's complete bullshit. And that was the point of the whole thing. As much as I hate a lot of the decisions that Trump made, it wasn't Trump. It was God moving in this whole thing, being like, no, it literally, and it sounds so fucking cliche, I hate saying it, had to be this way. It had to.
Yep.
And that's a perfect example to me. With organically, somebody just meeting in the alley. Like, I didn't prompt that conversation. I didn't seed that. It wasn't me red pilling somebody. It was me going, yeah, the fucking world is crazy. Right. Like, you know what I'm saying?
The stage is set.
Yeah. Like normal people are like, this is fucking nuts. And because it is.
It is.
So that's my final thoughts. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Guys.
Hang 10 Alien Surfer.
Well, no, I'd like to jump on to what Belushi's saying. One of my girl's favorite actor, even though she won't admit this, but every movie he's in, Chris Pratt. She's like, we have to go see this movie. It's just because Chris Pratt's in it. But no, he was like accused of being like totally right wing to Hollywood, and he's like, no, those guys are crazy. And so, are you left wing? And he's like, no, those people are crazy too. Right. And then he got he didn't get canceled or anything, but no, they're like going, he's saying that both sides are crazy. He is correct.
Right.
To a certain point. Yeah, because he didn't want to side with either side. And but he was like wearing a the flag with the cut up snake, and this place didn't want to let him in to eat at a restaurant, or I think it was I don't know if it was a club or whatever. You can look it up, but because he was wearing that shirt. But they were accusing this guy that, I'm kind of jealous because my girl won't admit she likes him, but every movie he's in, we have to go watch. Everything he's in, we have to watch. I think he's right in a certain extent of that. But, I don't know. Okay, my show is on 6 o'clock on, well, actually not my show, it's Hang 10's. Show is on 6 o'clock tomorrow night, Thursdays. 3 Beermen is on Sunday night or Sunday at 4 o'clock at Pacific time because Pacific time, not Pacific. Yeah.
Great,
That's all.
Hang 10. Thank you.
All right.
No, if there's more, I thought you were done.
No, I'm done.
Cool. Yeah, catch Hang 10 tomorrow at 6 Pacific. Did I get that right?
It's Pacific.
6 Pacific. Duppy, what do you got?
Well, I just wanted to thank you guys for letting me come on here. This is the first time I've been on a panel discussion, so it's been very interesting, and it's got me thinking about a few things that obviously some of these issues are so big you can't imagine them ever getting resolved. They're just move forward in increments kind of thing. As far as I don't do G Ross, are we supposed to do a show this weekend? It hasn't really been nailed down yet, right?
Yeah, we need to talk to Sloan, I think. Commander Sloan.
Yeah.
We'll work something out, and we'll make sure to ping Belushi about it.
Yeah.
But
just let me know, man. Like I totally fucked up last weekend. I totally got it wrong.
Well, it wasn't really your fault in that when it was first discussed, it was we'll just do it on Sunday again, and then somebody had a conflict. I think it was
me.
Yeah, and so we had to move it to Saturday, but we said that before the show ended, but you might have already gone before that.
So I messed up, Belushi.
No, it's all good, man. Like I'm happy. Like I really enjoy these types of conversations. Like this is like my jam.
Can I add?
Please.
A lot of these things have a lot of variables in motion.
Yes.
And people want to pin it to one thing, but there are so many variables that it's like a spider web almost.
Yes.
Where people don't understand the spider web around it.
Small World Network.
I just lost my train of thought. But
we formed Small World Networks.
Yeah.
Hey, where we at on topic, people?
You're giving your closing thoughts.
So he can go to sleep.
Yeah, I got to get 3 hours sleep and work
Is
for the man.
anybody picking up the conversation later or tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
No, I'll send you guys all a link. It's the same link except for it's /norm. If you guys want to join me tomorrow, I do my show every Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific. Specifically.
Blackie, or you want to? Yeah, no, specifically.
Yeah,
Blackie, you want to bring us home?
I don't really have much to say about what the topic was when we first started the conversation, but I will say this much. It's been a pleasure to get to know all of you guys. And this was a really flowing, friendly conversation. And I'll always appreciate that. So I'm glad you guys all popped in, hung out with me and G Ross. It's what it's all about, people. Like, it's why we do this shit. Now, to answer Belushi's question, do I have a channel? Matt1776 started me one like 2 months ago, but I haven't done anything with it. It's just sitting there. It's just like one of those things, in case I need it, it's there, until I get to it. You know what I mean? Other than that, people, I'm sad to see you go. I don't know what I missed out on in conversation, but I'm sure it was 100. And I'm sure y'all keep it that way till tomorrow.
That's right, brother.
Yeah, but the cricket's still horny.
Yep. So what I'll do is I'll drop out of the meeting and I'll do just the 2-minute outro slate, and I'll tell whoever we're going over to. I think Belushi got cut off. I was going to throw one quick closing thought. Something he said in his closing remarks made me think of this. McCovid was the sword that cut both ways.
Well, did he say McCovid because of the pronunciation on how to say monkey with in Portuguese?
Yeah, but he mostly said it because it woke a lot of this stuff up. The way they played it, they overplayed it.
Oh yeah, they fucked up. They fucked up big time.
Oh, we got a ship. This may be the first time. Hold on a second.
Who sent you a ship, bro?
I have never played the ship animation. You guys won't be able to see it. I don't think. Let me share my whole screen. Well, let me just pop it.
Bold is the ship bound for Alpha Centauri.
It's Crystal Gale
Nothing can turn it around.
singing Alpha Centauri. You'll see it on the delay, Norm. I think that may be the second time I've played ship. Maybe the first. Thanks for that. And I will leave the meeting.
Well,
Yeah. If you're leaving, I'm leaving. I'm going back to
All right, cool.
Well,
see you all tomorrow.
You got a horny cricket.
Bye, guys.
All right.
I'll talk to you guys another time. Duppy.
See you tomorrow. Hang 10.
All you guys, hang 10.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. We'll do it again.
Steven, good seeing you. Bye.
All right, later.
Night, guys.
Bye.
All right. Let's do some house cleaning. We will release the scratching. But first, I'm sorry my camera broke. I will fix that by tomorrow. All right, let's go over to the scratching and release it. It has been released. You heard it. Hang 10 tomorrow at 6 Pacific or specific. And we'll work up some kind of Duppy Files Volume 3. We'll make sure Belushi gets word well in advance. And it'll maybe be this weekend. That wasn't set in stone, but you heard it talked about maybe. I'll go swing by Pastor Chatelet and Sloan TV chat while I'm breaking down the green screen, because I do that, which is weird. And good night to the cricket. And I will start the outro video, and I'll see you all next time.
Thank you for spending time with us. We're joined on Fridays by co-host Angular. This has been G. Ross, and you are the underscore. Be sure to catch us on the foxhole.app, DLive, YouTube, or Facebook. Current shows include The Bread Pill Weekly. You've been red pilled, now be the red pill. You're out of the oven and ready for delivery on our weekly alternative news roundup and call-in show on Foxhole, DLive, YouTube, and Facebook every Friday at 5:30 p.m. Central, co-hosted by G. Ross and Angular. Current shows include Epistemology for Fun and Profit, where woo meets goo. You're in the woo, and the woo is in you. A philosophical call-in show with occasional guest interviews, diving into the oldest questions. Most episodes are exclusively on the foxhole.app, Sunday at 11:30 p.m. Central. Current shows include 9dNation, the nation with no denomination. Declare to the custom agents any edible plants or miscellaneous worldviews. We take a look back at how we got here, eventually leading into a regular Wednesday night Bible study at 11 p.m. Central. Catch us on the foxhole.app, DLive, YouTube, and Facebook. Our Friday co-host is Angular. This has been G. Ross, and you are the underscore.
They cheered at doors open on day one of voting in Raleigh. Across America, 15 million had already cast an early ballot before them.
Voting is important, and believe me, for the nightmare that we've suffered in this country for the last 4 years, it's very important for me to be here.
This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the red pill, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. Remember,